listening to the Northern Hunter Podcast, home of all things hunting, fishing, and outdoors in Alaska. All right, everybody, welcome back to the show. My name is James Payne, and today we have an episode that is something I don't know a ton about, but luckily we have a powerhouse of individuals in this room. Chris is my co-host for this episode. Maxwell, you're practically a co-host at this point, but I'm going to say you're a guest this time. Thank you so much for joining us.
Dude, thank you so much for having me.
And Carl Roberts has joined us back for this episode.
Thanks for having me.
All right. I am very excited. We're going to be talking about Alaskan waterfowl. Season's coming up in about, I think, like a week and a half from the time this one drops. So if you aren't set up yet, times are getting tight, but it's never too late to go out and buy some stuff. But we're going to cover pretty much everything you need to know, or these guys are, on interior waterfowl, maybe a little bit of sea duck stuff if you guys have been doing that, and cranes, geese, all the good stuff. So I don't really have much of any kind of announcements. The 40-mile herd opened up, allegedly. It's going to be tomorrow, I think. We're recording this on the 10th, yep. So they said they were going to reopen it on the 11th, but this isn't coming out till late, so that's not really an announcement. But hopefully it went well. Hopefully people had luck, and hopefully we didn't go over the limit. But time will tell. So before we get cranking into the how-tos of Alaskan waterfowl, why don't we go around the room and you guys can just tell some stories about your backgrounds in hunting. Chris, I think you got voted in to go first. So I think you cleaned house last year.
Yeah, Carlito hooked me up with a buddy of ours, and I had never been out waterfowl hunting or any of that. And I think I just lucked out. I went with good guys that knew what they were doing, and good spot. And Carlito was always doing it. And I had mentioned, now for the suspense of who that I was referring to, was Carl was always kind of like nudging me to start getting into waterfowl, and he's like, "Oh, you'll love it." I'm like, "I'm not interested. I do other stuff, thanks." And now I'm just absolutely addicted to it. So
was that not a big thing back in Big Bear at all?
No, and then I don't really have a hunting background either.
Right, true. Yeah,
so that's like
more fishing.
I fished a ton and fished largemouth, and we fished the creeks and stuff a lot, like the mountain creeks. But hunting wasn't really a part of my upbringing or anything like that. I had an uncle that hunted, and that kind of got my fascination going. That's probably a lot of where my bug came from initially. Yeah. He collected cool, fine firearms and showed them to me, and I didn't know what they meant or anything. And he hunted quite a bit when he was younger, and so that kind of, I think that intrigue always kind of like sat at the back of my mind, and didn't quite live in the theater to chase that down.
Yeah.
So actually, there's a lot more of that nowadays. That's gained a lot of popularity.
That has. Yeah.
I have a lot of buddies that do it down there, and I did have some buddies that hunted chucker and quail and stuff like that. That was a pretty big deal, but I never really got in on that. Just never, not till recently. And
Right.
Carl's always bugged me because we're always like, Carl and I were always hunting together, bear hunting and moose hunting and pretty much anything you can imagine. We're always out there, just if it can die, we're killing it. So, but
I love that phrase. that resonates with me.
And it's something he's always tried to get me into, and it really has just never, it's never been a curiosity of mine. And then he sent me out with a buddy of ours, and I was like, now I get this. Now I see why guys are just so. And Max, I've known Max for several years now, and Max, I'll watch him disappear during waterfowl season. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
And he's always talking about how cool it is, and just I'll listen to his stories and whatever. Kind of like I got to listen to Carl's stories. Like, okay, let's get going on to the next thing here. And now I'm one of those guys. I'm like calling these guys, asking questions, and I don't have a lot. I've shot grouse and ptarmigan with a shotgun and stuff like that, but it's pretty limited shotgun experience. Shot a lot of predators with shotguns, and so I understand a little bit of it, but I definitely have a good void of information there.
Yeah,
so it's kind of it's fun. It's kind of my new endeavor.
Well, and that's kind of what it's ended up being for me too. Is like because I always shied away from the waterfowl, at least here in Alaska, because it's always fallen under most of my big game hunting seasons, and so why would I be chasing cranes when I could be chasing moose? You know, and back in the day,
Well,
like back in the day, I wasn't sticking around town, like I have the last couple of years.
Now what we're learning too is it's why we're chasing cranes is because it's not cold enough to chase moose yet.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great time to hunt cranes.
Exactly, but no, it's a pretty new endeavor for me as well. I'm excited to get into this and talk to you guys about it and ask all my questions, and hopefully they match what some of the listeners' questions are. But no, I'm the same way. I've hunted, I guess what you call upland bird. So like mountain ptarmigan, the grouse that we have around town, the ruffed, sharptail, spruce hens, all that. Pretty much whatever I can other than waterfowl up here, because I was able to go out in an evening and go find some, or do it while I was caribou hunting or anything like that. But I haven't cut out the time to get into the waterfowl, so that's why I'm so excited to talk about it today. It's a true curiosity of mine on how a lot of this stuff works. And just like everything, you put enough time into it and you'll master it.
Yeah, I've always
only way to get better is to do it.
Exactly. And hang out with guys that are good at it. And
yep.
And I've always had buddies that most of my buddies waterfowl hunt, and it's a huge part of our culture, right? And then those guys will disappear and stuff, and I'm trying to moose hunt, and then I watch those guys come home and kill moose and stuff, because that's not prime time to be hunting moose. I always felt like one thing kind of took away from the other, but now it kind of makes sense. It's a good way to fill that time.
Yep. Yeah, that's very true.
And yeah. You let all the people go out and get that moose hunting out of their system the first week when flood the woods and go do what you want to do, and then go moose hunting.
Burn their off time.
Yeah. Once their spirits are beaten down, then you go out and clean house. Well, Carl, why don't you jump in next? What's your background in waterfowl?
Well, so I grew up in Colorado and did a lot of fishing, and then I don't know, at some point did a few waterfowl hunts with my dad, and I was in high school, and one of my really good friends now, he's like, hey, you want to go duck hunting? And I was like, yeah, sure. And pretty soon we were skipping class and going duck hunting, and we arranged our schedule so we had time off to go duck hunting, and pretty much like we didn't do any winter sports, so that we had that free time for waterfowl. And I think it would have been my buddy's junior year of high school, and my senior year of high school, we killed 1,000 geese down there.
Holy cow!
And I mean, there was a group of like 8 of us, but yeah, I mean, and
oh yeah, just a casual 120 each.
Yeah. But I mean, I remember, we were like raiding the coin jar to buy gas to go hunting, and pulling out one shell from this truck and this, trying to find shells to go shoot birds, and I kind of got to the point, and I mean, there's a bunch of good stories about doing it. I had a Chevy Lumina that got run over by a school bus in the school parking lot. Ripped the bumper off, the whole thing, and at that point, that was all we had. So I had decoys packed in the back of the trunk and shotguns in the back seat, and down the highway we went, bumper dragging on the ground, driving down I-76 out to eastern Colorado.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
I don't know if we talked about it in the last episode, but I developed a healthy fear for bungee cords during that time frame.
I remember listening to that episode.
Yeah. That was another one. Had an old ranchero that we loaded up with decoys and a cargo net, all kinds of fun stories.
I remember when we first started getting out, Carlito, I remember pulling I had like I think it's an action packer where the clip was broke on it or something, and I had a bungee cord. I was like, hey, grab the other end of that. And you said, oh, no, not me. Nope. You're on your own. I'm like, dude, it's just a bungee cord. You're like, oh, not to me, it's not.
You chase him around the yard with it.
Then he kind of told me, and then I'm like, man, I'm kind of scared of them too now.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm sure they can come back with some force.
But, yeah, and then came up here, and one of my other really good friends, that's kind of how we really got off to a good start. I showed up to college, and I had a Carhartt coat and a waterfowl hunting coat, and I was wearing it. It was kind of cool in September, and he's like, oh, you duck hunt? And yeah. And he's like, well, let's go this year. And so next thing I know, we were going to scout out a spot, and I'm walking through Fred Meyer's in tennis shoes filled with water as we found our spot, but we had to walk through, 5 acres of swamp to get there, and looking for our federal duck stamps the night before the season opened, and
Mm-hmm.
kind of never looked back from there. But yeah, I mean, it's and so I did that on and off, when I had time through college, and ended up guiding for North Country River Charters for a season out in Minto before they kind of pulled the plug on that and kind of shut down the operation. And yeah, just kind of all over the state. I haven't done as much of it in coastal stuff as I want, but
Mm-hmm.
kind of still keeping my network open of places to go. Try to get out west, go down to Kodiak. Got a friend that runs a outfit down in Valdez, so
Oh, nice.
yeah, keep trying to broaden horizons on the sea duck hunt stuff.
Yeah. No, we got. I'm gonna have to get a. I mean, unless I don't know how much sea duck stuff you've done, Maxwell, but I've got a friend who lived in Juneau for quite a while. Tyrell. I'm gonna have to bring him back on. He hunted ducks like crazy down there, so I'm sure he's got some insights on how to do it on the salt. But so and you said you guided for, you said just one season or
Yeah.
yeah.
So I was I was working at Sportsman's at the time, and I had applied to work for Fish and Game, and I got hired, and I had already committed to this, and I told Fish and Game I couldn't start till the 16th of September, and they're like, okay. And so I went and guided that season, and then they didn't want the appearance of, Fish and Game employees guiding, so I was unable to do the waterfowl aspect, but I did the pike fishing stuff for them in the summer, but didn't get to go back out and do the waterfowl guiding,
Gotcha.
which was disappointing, but I get it.
Right. Well, right on. Now, Maxwell, I know you've shared your stories before, but why don't you recap? at least the.
There's one thing I got a lot of stories.
Yep.
And I seem to tell them all over and over and over again.
And we never seem to mind.
I got so many, can't keep them straight. But yeah, I grew up in Chicagoland area of Illinois. You'd think, Chicago, big city. We were kind of northwest suburbs, but I always just say Chicago. But big flyway there, big flyway there along the Mississippi.
It's a very Midwestern thing to just say the big city you're near.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got nothing else out there but Chicago.
Right.
So
Right next to that mountain over there.
yeah, Gander Mountain. For all your lower 48ers, you know what Gander Mountain is.
Is it still a thing, or did they go under?
I think they might have went under.
Yeah.
I think I vividly remember me and my dad pushing a convoy of shopping carts around Gander Mountain in their liquidation sale. So
Yeah, because we used to have one in my hometown. I think it's gone now, though.
But yeah, in Illinois, my dad had me in a blind I think even before I could walk. He told me stories of how he had basically a nursery set up in a pit underground that I would go out hunting with him in. And I was raised on shooting majority like geese, a lot of greater Canadas, and all sorts of ducks down there. Got the opportunity to do some charity work for a organization called Lives Hunt for a Cure for cystic fibrosis down in Illinois. Did some auctioning off of hunts, not necessarily guided, but it was just a group of guys who had leases on fields all over the place. And then lo and behold, I'm taking out, four guys out in a pit when I was like 16, 17, and my dad's in the next field over with 4 or 5 other guys. And did that for, ever since I could hold a shotgun. A lot of dove, a lot of teal. Yeah, ducks and geese, cranes weren't on our agenda then. When we seen them, they were just a nuisance. They were something to get our hopes up, When we seen one, and it would always only be one. That was a weird thing. You'd see one flying in and be like, "Oh, get down, get ready." And you're like, "Son of a, it's a crane. Can't shoot those." Fast forward, joined the military, came up here, pestered sergeant to take me duck hunting, and he says no, and kind of through the grapevine found out some spots, and just got a group of guys and got some decoys off another dude who said he duck hunted, but he really didn't duck hunt, and we ended up dragging a 10-foot skiff down to a creek, and then we would portage it across dikes and across fields to get to these little ponds, and we would duck and goose hunt out of these ponds. A couple years of that, having a lot of fun, shooting a lot of birds. Happened to get in cahoots with a guy that used to live right down the road from me. I saw he had a pair of duck decoys, old Flambeau full body infield duck decoys, old one-piece duck decoys in his yard. I met him at the mailbox one day. He's wearing a Sitka waterfowl, vest, going out to grab them in his slippers. And I asked him, who he was and what he did, and he was an owner of one of the only waterfowl guide services up here in Fairbanks. So I brought my calls over to him the next day, blew some calls for him. He liked what I was putting down. I ended up working a couple seasons for him, shooting cranes. I learned, kind of got a little dialed in on the cranes. I'm still learning. You can't learn everything in one or two seasons. So
right.
Worked for him for a couple of seasons, and then a buddy of mine had got some private leases and made me an offer I just couldn't refuse. So I started working for him last year. New fields, it's always a new experience. Just trying to learn the pattern of the birds. We shot some cranes, but we shot a lot more geese. But usually after my guide season ends, and I call like that up through like the 31st of September, usually by then, majority of the geese and the cranes have kind of bugged out of the interior huntable area. So then I go switch to ducks, hunting in like October through November. And then usually in November, me and a group of guys, we go down to Whittier. We got a buddy who runs an outfit out of Whittier. And usually we go shoot sea ducks for 2 or 3 days. We make a long weekend out of it. We shoot both golden eyes, the barrows, and the commons. All get, trying to be conservative, but we all shot our Harleys like 1 year, and then that's it. We don't want to shoot any more Harleys, and then we all get our drakes, and maybe one guy wants to shoot a drake and a hen, so he gets drake and a hen to mount. But old squaw, surf scoters, white wings. There's some white wings down there. Some commons kind of show up in there, and that is about the end of my waterfowl season, unless we have like one of these really mild winters, and then we could still, drag a 10-foot John boat across 3 inches of ice, just to get to open water, which I've done that. I have definitely done that.
Right.
Plenty of times. Too many times that I want to do, definitely. But,
those golden eyes are really good eating. That's,
I got a recipe for them. Do you think I could say it real quick?
I think I know where you're going, but yeah.
I like to take them. No, seriously, dude. Seriously. Like, you breast them out. You get them in like a little marinade. Like, if anybody listening, just try this. You get them in a little marinade. I like to do like teriyaki and Worcestershire. I knew some guys who like use this like maple syrup. I like them a little spicy, so I throw in like crushed red pepper, and I put them in a crock pot with like jardiniere. It's like an Italian pepper mix. Oh, dude. So we put that stuff on everything in Chicago. And get in a crock pot, Italian pepper mix. What else? I said the jalapenos. Some guys do onions, and if you want like a burrito, some guys make like burritos out of them. They throw a little thing of salsa in them. But I just do the Italian peppers, onions, jalapenos. Do it on low for about 6 to 8 hours. You take that out, and then you throw it in the trash because you can't eat them things. Those things suck, man. Those things are trash, man.
What?
Do not eat those goldeneyes. They're
good.
They are fishy.
I was
and they
waiting
are
for this.
disgusting, bro.
No, man. I like those things.
Oh,
They're
you
good
can
eating.
keep them. I'll bring you some. I'll bring you about 3 dozen of them at the end of November this year.
Are those divers?
Oh yeah, they're divers.
Are
They're
they
not
really?
sea ducks, but they're divers.
Yeah.
They're considered divers. The only
Well, because I was gonna say, so the only duck hunting experience I have is we were deer hunting down in Southeast, and we did some duck hunting while we were down there, and we ended up with shooting like 7 different species. I think like whatever. Mo had the whole list in front of him and was going through the whole identification and everything, and really nerding out on it. And that was what we shot the most of was goldeneyes.
Oh yeah,
And I mean, we
thick.
ate every single duck we shot,
and you liked them.
that was the best of the bunch.
Good for you, man.
Yeah.
Good for you, man. I'm
Yeah.
proud of you, James.
I like my fish to look like fish.
Yeah, me too. I don't want my fish to have
See, I didn't
feathers.
notice the ones we got tasting fishy. I don't know. Maybe there was something different.
I've talked to a lot of guys that like the golden eyes.
You're lying.
They're
They're
lying.
lying.
I mean, I've eaten some.
That's
in
like people that say they like spruce ends. And I've eaten a lot of spruce ends.
You know the trick to those?
Yeah, you've told
Yeah,
me.
we already talked
but
about it. Yeah.
Did we? Oh, that's right. That's right.
I
yeah.
don't-
Pickle juice.
I've
It
done
works,
a lot
dude.
of stuff. Yeah.
It works.
I always said, now, when I'm eating, I ate one before, and I said, you know what? If you put some hot sauce on it and punch me in the face really hard, it might taste like chicken.
Oh man.
So for comparison's sake, and this is just for consideration, that being the only duck hunting I've done, maybe I just don't know what good duck tastes like. Maybe that's because all I've ever eaten is sea ducks so far. So there is a chance I just don't have as expanded of a palate
No.
as you.
Carlito might be able to weigh in on this with me. You know, even like the puddle ducks, your mallards, your pintails, your teal, your widgeon, which widgeon are, in my opinion, some of the better tasting ones. They're small, tender, same with the teal, but they are just different tasting up here compared to lower 48. They have a completely different diet. They're not eating a lot of our agriculture that you get down lower 48. Like they're not hitting the fields for corn and soybean and they're not getting that duck wheat that they get in the lakes down there. And it's just different up here. You cut one open and you really like dissect what's in their stomach. You get a lot of snails.
Oh,
A lot
really?
of a lot of snails, a lot of really tiny bugs like nymphs and stuff. You hardly see a duck up here filled with any type of like real agriculture. Like, can you
Gotcha.
back me
Yeah,
up on that?
usually it's seeds. I mean,
Yeah.
like when we were guiding a minto, it was pretty much seeds. Like all like stuff growing in the grass. And I mean, based on where we were hunting, right? They'd land in the open water and then swim into the vegetation that was flooded and eat the seeds off of all that grass that's out there growing. And I agree that the birds here taste entirely different. And I think one of the biggest reasons for it, and we figured this out when we were out there, is when we started like age and sex and birds out there, we figured out that it was 95 or 90% plus. I don't remember the exact number, but it was approaching 95% of the birds were all first year birds.
Mm-hmm.
No, no kidding.
And so, I mean,
I mean, it makes sense. Yeah.
there's a huge, like they don't have a full migration under them even, and they're
Mm-hmm.
a little more tender, and they haven't had all that, the grain,
You're right.
whether it's barley, whether it's corn, whatever it is. And for hunting wise, that's the other nice thing about up here is half the time the birds have never seen a decoy, heard a call. They're dumb.
Dumb.
Right.
I like me some dumb young birds.
Them juvies.
Juvies, man. I like.
Yeah.
I just get itching thinking about it, man.
Yeah, I mean when you get 3 passes at birds trying to land in the decoys as you're shooting at them, it's
As you're standing up in the middle of the decoys, I had that last year. Specklebelly, juvie specklebelly, and you make enough racket at them, they'll just turn right in and come commit suicide.
Yeah. No, and I think like I said, I think there's some of that, and it also has to do with just you were talking about like the protein that they're getting, right? Because they're eating snails or eating stuff like that, and if it makes sense, right? They're trying to grow and they need protein to grow, and that's part of the reason that they migrate is for that whole cycle to happen, where you come to a place that has a high protein source for a short period of time. I mean, that's why it's a beneficial life strategy to fly all the way to where to migrate versus staying somewhere locally, somewhere further south where it's probably more consistent weather and all of that, but there's not that level of protein that you would have here.
Sure. When you were, I know you were a tech with Fish and Game for a long time. When you were doing that, did you ever get to be part of any of the studies they did concerning waterfowl?
I did a few banding projects. We were banding on creamers. We banded in Minto. I mean, the state doesn't do that much waterfowl work. It's mostly all federally managed.
Gotcha.
But I mean, they do some banding projects and some different stuff. And I had a few different experiences, and it was good. I mean, probably the best though was guiding. We actually had a guy that was out there working. He was working on his master's degree and doing avian influenza.
Oh,
and he was swabbing all the ducks, and that's why we were sexing and aging them. And then, we had this method that we were using because they were still in the field.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you could argue and articulate it however you want, but we were leaving a wing attached to the breast meat, right? And so you could identify the age and the sex on the birds in the freezer out in the field. And so that's kind of how we started to come up with those numbers. And I mean, I can't even remember how many species, but it was a lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. When you're out there. And the one downside to Alaska versus everywhere else further south is they're all kind of gray ducks. You're not getting your full plumage birds like you do everywhere else.
They're not here for winter.
Yeah.
And that's a big reason why I like hunting into October, November. They just start turning.
Yeah. You can find, especially, if you find mature birds that are still around, they're going to be starting or pretty close to full plumage anyway.
Gotcha. Well, since you brought it up earlier or just now, how big of a concern for anybody going into waterfowl hunting is avian influenza? I mean, if it was a big concern and now it's not, or if it's not,
I don't think it is. I think, I mean, what they were looking at had nothing to do with like zoonotic diseases that can transfer to people. It was more about
population.
Like die-offs and stuff like that. And because that does control a lot of it.
Oh, sure.
But that was, I honestly, the worst thing on water to deal with waterfowl is the duck mites or the parasites that crawl all over you. I mean, I think they got something on cockroaches in terms of survivability. I mean, you cut them in half and both halves take off running.
Yeah,
really?
The like rice breast.
Yeah.
Just, and that's something you gotta. Now I can't say if I remember if I've eaten a duck with this term we call rice breast, and you split the thing open and it looks like the breast just has a bunch of grains of vertical rice in it, and it looks I think, are they, you'd know probably because you actually are a little technical about it, but are they worms?
I don't know. I remember looking at it. I mean, I know there was a publication that Fish and Game had for like wildlife diseases and parasites, and that was definitely in there. But yeah, I mean, I don't typically eat. I mean, I've eaten a few where you're like cut it up and you found it in there, but it wasn't like obvious.
On the breast.
It wasn't obvious from the surface, right? Like you got in there and you cut it up and you're like, oh, that's what that was, But I mean, that's another one where, if you want to have rare duck, you should probably go buy one at the store. I mean, and it sucks because, I mean, it definitely is better, medium rare, but yeah, I mean, I don't want to risk it.
No, and that's like, and I've heard you can eat it. I've heard you can eat it. Now, I've heard that. That's all. I can't really remember if I've actually eaten it or not, because I feel like if I seen it today, I'd be like, ew, get the right, whoop, like bye, like
risky.
Well, I mean, that's kind of true of a lot of wild game, and I mean, be it fish, big game, birds, whatever it seems to be. I know, like with the salmon and everything, they say freeze it for a week or whatever to kill the worms in there. You know, and you got the bears, trichinosis, and all that stuff. Even the moose. We had somebody write in with moose questions because they were cutting into one last season and they had a bunch of cysts on their moose, and they were asking about that. I'm like, yeah, it happens. It's normal.
Pretty common, yeah.
Yeah.
It was kind of in reference to the chitna thing, like or with like the salmon.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed this year, like my fish were super wormy last year, and I noticed this year they weren't.
I didn't really notice much for
And
worms
I mean,
at all.
like
to be
I
honest
found
with
them
you.
like I found salmon. We process everything, and we're kind of got our face and all that for a couple hours there for the. But she was like, I said I didn't see any worms, and she's like, I saw one.
I would say I had, I think, 2 fish that I could verifiably identify worms in.
Yeah, and last year my fish were loaded with worms.
Really?
Every single one of them.
Yeah.
See, I typically find those when I'm eating them.
I like that when you just you're just getting those nice elegant flakes, and you just get a nice flake, like a nice bite. You go to pull it, but it's still attached, like with the worm.
String of snot coming out of it almost.
Yeah.
It's like that one that hits like the back
Yummy.
of your throat.
You go with the standard answer. I think that's a nerve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody asked at the dinner table, oh, that's a nerve.
Oh, it must be a tendon.
It's
yeah,
still moving.
Weird.
I saw somebody post online. It was like the other day. It was someone's like, we bought this fish, this sockeye from Costco, and it even after cooking, it had these worms in it. It's probably one of these like, nonsense posts, but it's like that's so common.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
It's probably less common in store-bought fish, if I had to guess.
But if you shoot,
Maybe.
I would actually maybe say the opposite.
Really?
Yeah.
Like if you think about, like farm raised fish that are all like in super tight groups and,
It's probably pretty consistent among the
pretty
population.
consistent. And no, they might get antibiotics. They might get treatment for
That's
it.
kind of what I was wondering.
So I don't know, but I bet you it would be the same pretty much across the board with farm raised fish.
Well, did you see that video of I think it was this couple, they had pork chops that they were going to make up that night, and they decided
Coke.
they put Coca-Cola, poured Coke over the pork chops, and
what?
that acidity like forced worms to start crawling out of it.
wow.
And they're like, oh, we're never eating pork again. Blah, blah, blah.
Wow.
You can do that with almost any cut of pork too.
Yeah.
Get worms to rise out of it.
Yep.
What I'm saying is, if you shoot enough ducks in your life, you will find one with rice breast. Now, I haven't really seen it in geese and cranes yet, but you will shoot those ducks with them. And I'd hate to be wasteful, but like it's your duck, you can do what you want with it. But you can, from what I've read and seen, and not saying firsthand I've done it, but you can eat them. Just just cook it thoroughly.
Yeah. And I think that's true of most any, like we said, even with the trichinosis with the bears and everything, you just got to cook it through.
Mm-hmm.
And to your point, Carl, I mean, all of that stuff does taste better. More on the medium rare side, but
yeah,
you just got to play it safe when you're pulling it out of the woods.
And just if we're talking about eating ducks and geese now, chew lightly, because lead shot isn't a thing anymore. My dad has broken 2 molars.
Really?
I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
My dad's broken 2 molars. He had 2 crowns put in because he's chewing them. That steel shot will just crack you right up.
Man.
And I've had a couple times where I've had realign my jaw a little bit afterwards and really sit there and take a mental inventory of what just went on. And I've reached back in there and felt all my teeth and taking personal dental records. Like trying to just something for any new guy out there, or maybe you haven't really gotten lucky yet, but just when you're eating that stuff, chew lightly. Like that steel's in there.
Yeah.
It is in there. And whether you find it or not, like you will.
Yeah. Well,
Find it on one end or the other.
like when we were shooting all those birds in high school, that was kind of one of the things that we learned was soak them all in salt water, in like a salt brine solution. And it does 2 things. If you have any any feathers impacted into the meat, they'll eventually float out and it'll draw any bloodshot type out of there. And usually the shot will fall out.
Mm-hmm. We actually do that with grouse too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that I do pretty regularly. And then a lot of times right after they're soaking, you're either going to freeze them or you're going to cook them. And you can kind of follow those
Holes.
holes and okay, yep, that's a pass through. Nope, better see. Is there a collection of shot in the bottom of this?
I got some long tweezers for that are like kitchen tweet. They're like Sam found them somewhere and bought them, and they got the long nose on them. They're real skinny. They're about like the perfect size of shot. And
No
you
kidding.
can trace that fault, track that thing down, and pry it out of there.
I know guys who even have like a little metal detector.
Mhm.
They'll just put it in a little plastic thing off to the side and
Oh, that's actually kind of genius.
I guess that's the advantage of shooting steel, huh?
and they just find them like, oh, that one's got one. Like, to dig it out of there.
I just had a vision of running like all the stuff through an MRI and seeing which one.
It starts flying out of the machine.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
All good things to consider.
Yeah.
I guess it'd be awesome until it starts breaking stuff.
Right.
All right. Well, cool. Let's take a break real quick. We'll get more into duck hunting.
All right, folks. We all know that one of the most common mishaps in hunting is damage to your rifle scope. Last year, I found the solution to that problem with the Stealthy Hunter rifle cover. It wraps around your scope and actions securely to protect it from getting knocked off of zero or even severely damaged. Stealthy Hunter also has a glassing pad and a wide variety of supplements for the outdoorsman, such as protein powder, CBD products, turmeric, and gut health supplements. They also make a lightweight trauma kit weighing in at just 14 ounces that includes everything you need and nothing you don't for all of your backcountry medical emergencies. To shop all of their equipment and supplements, go to stealthyhunter.com and enter the discount code at checkout, The Northern Hunter, to save on your order today. All Stealthy Hunter equipment is proudly made in the USA.
All right. So bringing this back to just the Alaskan beginner level for somebody who's wanting to get into waterfowl this year, right? Let's just start with what ducks do we have here that we are allowed to chase, and what are like the seasons, and what's the best time of year to get after them? Whichever one of you guys wants to go.
Well, I mean, I guess I'll start with the seasons. It's September 1st through pretty much when the water freezes up or you can't make any more holes in it. Yeah, I would say that probably, I mean, usually mid to late October in the interior is pretty much winding down. You get down to the coast, the seasons go a little later. But, in the interior, it's mostly puddle ducks, mallards, pintails. They're usually gone early in the season, but they're around. Widgeon. The one that we really don't have a lot of here is gadwall. They're pretty rare. But, you got shovelers, you got pretty much all of the dabbling ducks, and you get out on the kind of the river systems, and you'll see some of the divers occasionally on some of the lakes, the stock ponds, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go through the list of ducks because they pretty much are all here at some point or another.
All of them.
Yeah, they all come through this part.
Yeah. There's a very select few you don't see, and even like your sea ducks, they nest inland in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll be, in the local Fairbanks area, you'll be fly fishing on the upper Chena in the summer, and you'll see a group of harlequin fly by.
Yeah.
And they travel all the way down to the town and all the way out to the coast, and they'll make it there come November, late November, late October. But that's afforded is you can catch them coming through. Like I've shot sea ducks out in like the interior, like scoters.
No kidding.
My buddy shot an old squaw here in Fairbanks a few years ago in like middle of September. It was just lost as an Easter egg, and you get and that's what's cool about that is that's technically it's a separate bag limit. So unlike lower 48, I know in Illinois you're allowed 5 puddle ducks, and 2 of which could be hens, right? And here in Fairbanks, September, like we mentioned earlier, they're all gray ducks, so can't really sex them on the wing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just ducks, right? Ducks. And here in Fairbanks, it's 10 ducks. And then I believe, I was just checking this out. I believe it's like 6 sea ducks. No, 10 sea ducks in our northern units. So if you could find them and get on them, you could shoot 20 ducks, 10 ducks, puddle ducks, divers.
Just in combination?
And then in combination, and then another 10 sea ducks. Now, I believe that changes as you get closer down toward the coast. I believe it's actually, oh wow, actually check this out. It's actually less regular ducks. It's 8 and 10 sea ducks. So I've been in some areas where it's 6 sea ducks or like 8 sea ducks and then 10 regular ducks.
Is there any you're not allowed to shoot?
No, any waterfowl.
That's something that's always kind of stressed me out about duck hunting.
You said something, Carl. What do you think of Carl?
I would say in the interior, that's pretty safe to say that there aren't too many ducks you can't shoot. You get down on the coast, you do get into potentially like emperor geese, right? And and you get further out west, you can get into like
swans,
eiders and swans and things that have restricted limits, but for the average beginner, you can shoot the ducks that you're going to find in the interior of Alaska.
Gotcha.
And I guess for a beginner, it's kind of hard. We're talking about like puddle ducks versus diving ducks or sea ducks, and they're, the ducks that have the longer necks are puddle ducks, right? Because they're going to be tipping over and grabbing stuff in, 8 inches or a foot of water, and then diving ducks are going to be more compact. They're usually dark colored black or fairly dark colored, and they're diving. If they're completely disappearing out of sight and then popping back up on the water, that's a diving duck. And the best way I can describe a sea duck, in this situation is it's a football with wings. They don't really have much of a neck. It's just, but yeah, if it's a duck that has a long neck, and there's a whole way to learn almost to identify species just by the profile in specific ducks, right? Like you can identify canvas back, how the head is sloped,
teal compared to a mallard. Teal are just small, their body is about the size of a, one of those bigger new iPhones.
Oh, really?
The teal,
That's
they
small.
fit about the size of your hand.
It's about the size of a soda can.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Literally. And your mallards, like bigger bodies, pintails, when they're plumed and they have a sprig, their tail, you can see they got a really long neck and a really long tail kind of hanging off the back of them. And then you get into
northern shovelers.
Your shovelers. You got big old ugly bill on the end of it. They call them Mr. Hollywood, right? Because they're big smile. Yeah, that's the nickname for it, Mr. Hollywood. And then there's just so many others to rattle off.
It's.
Well, I'm not expecting you to go through the entire list of ducks, but there's a lot.
So much right now.
What I'm gathering is there's a lot.
Me and Carlito could probably go one for one on these things back and forth.
Yeah, but the ones you're going to see: mallards, widgeon, and teal. Yeah, and teal are usually gone early. They don't last as long as the bigger ducks do.
Yeah, they're small. They have lower body heat. They need to find warm. They get all the way as far as like southern Mexico into Argentina.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So that kind of sparks a question I had for you guys. So there's obviously 3 sides to Alaska, and I'm guessing based on some stuff I've heard through my travels that there's ducks on all coasts. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so those
fair to say.
Because I know in Barrow, and this is just an assumption, I'm guessing they get king eiders up there, being as there's a a hotel named the King Eider up there. That's an assumption. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do those ones come all the way down through the interior and go back down to like southeast, say, or like?
I think most of those eiders tend to stay along the coast because you're going to have commons, king, and then
Pacific.
stellars, Pacific.
Oh.
I mean,
Mm.
there's a bunch of eiders, and I mean they're pretty uniquely colored, and I mean all of that stuff. And so-
Beautiful birds, crazy looking.
I saw a lot of
Yeah.
them in Prudhoe
And
when I
they're
worked in Prudhoe.
and they're
It's
just
really cool.
huge.
I mean they're the size of some of the geese, and then
Wow.
I mean like because you'll have I think there's 11 subspecies of geese. It may be more. I don't
Mhm.
remember, but you'll have everything from the tiny little small geese all the way up to the giant and the western. And we have the duskies that are in the Copper River Delta. They're
Mhm, mhm.
that's where
I've
they're-
shot those.
that's where
they're
they're breeding at
They're cool.
Huh.
They're
in
really
Alaska. Yeah.
cool. If you don't know, like Duskies, correct me if I'm wrong. They're like a. Let me just start back a little bit. We're talking about like the subspecies of geese. You have, your largest variant would be your Western Greater.
Yeah.
Right. Western Greater.
Or giant. Yeah.
Or,
I mean,
they call giants, graders, whatever. And then you get your smaller ones are like your cacklers, your duskies, but a dusky, which is kind of coveted in some places. And I know there's I think it's where's like Oregon or Washington. There's just a season like you can only shoot duskies.
Hmm.
And it's hard to think about that, like shooting them on the wing because they look and almost sound just like a cackler or a lesser.
Yeah.
But that's I think what I just named 5 or 6 of them off right there,
Yeah.
and there's another 5 of them
Yeah.
that I can't even begin to like really recollect.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and they kind of are divided up across all the flyaways. Some of them are specific to one flyaway, and there for a while they had, I think it was the cacklers that were on the, they were in a decline, and so folks along the western, Pacific flyaway, I guess, were limited in goose harvest because of that. Even though there might have been plenty of other subspecies, not being able to identify them and all of that.
Gotcha.
They do some management that way, and I mean they have places where they have basically non-migratory birds in the lower 48 that stay. I mean we have a few here where people feed them and they hang out through the winter on the Chena, and in the thermal pollution from the power plant, the river stays open
Yep.
there, and somebody feeds them. I mean
Seen them out in the hot springs too.
I've
the hot springs, yeah.
got a funny story about I for a while I was living on a pond, kind of where I met Chris actually, and I was shooting ducks with my bow.
Nice.
And it was a super deep gravel pit, and I just walk by the kitchen window, and there's some ducks, and they're swimming in the range, and grab my bow, and I had some they were gobbler guillotines for shooting turkeys.
Some big like big claws.
Yeah, they were 1.5 inch blades, so 3 inches wide and by 3 inches wide, big cross.
No kidding.
Whoa.
And then I put silicone on the knock, and so it'd float. And so I just shoot them, and then I'd go out there and pick up the ducks and pick up the arrows, and touch them up with steel and go back again.
That's amazing.
And anyway, I found out later on that somebody on the other side of the pond was feeding them, and I had no
clue. Shooting them off of the yellow brick road.
Oh man. Is that considered baiting?
Yeah, well, technically, yeah. Even if you don't know, it's
I'll
there.
say if you're
Yeah.
not aware.
Yeah. But what's funny is, I mean, in that same breath, feeding is a violation of Fish and Game.
Yeah.
It's
Right,
negligent
right.
or intentionally feeding wildlife, and so. Yeah, I mean, we would have both been in trouble. But I just happened to find out that this person was out there dumping like a quarter of a bag of cracked corn out there every day.
Yellow acorn.
Perfect. Now,
Oh, that's amazing.
I like to point something out. You were shooting those on the water.
Yeah.
So this is something that's not legal everywhere. Is here you can water swat. You can shoot
Can
birds
you?
on the water. There are regulations in some other states where it's illegal to shoot birds on
Yeah.
the water. You got to jump them.
You gotta-
you got to get them off. You got
Gotta
to
get 'em on the
in-
wing.
Yeah, in flight. Now that could even be walking up to them and hey and just jump shooting them.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could roll into it, that's kind of where a lot of these like beginners, like duck hunters, start, is jump shooting.
Yeah.
Now that's perfectly ethical. Like if you could shoot something and you can retrieve it, like if you're just going to go out there and shoot and have no means to retrieve that bird, and you're like, it's 30 yards out in the water, I'm not getting out there. Like,
Right.
whatever. Like then you're just wanting waste.
Yeah.
But that's perfectly legal here. You could shoot them on the water, and that's a great avenue to kind of get into duck hunting up here. That's why I see like majority of duck hunters actually doing up here, and I never really was exposed to that until I got up here. It's a quick funny story. I'm out at a pond. We had portaged this John boat, this 10-foot John boat I had out to the pond. We had been hunting this pond for maybe, an hour or just about 2 hours. It was like opening weekend. We had shot like 8 or 9 birds, and I'm out in the little skiff picking up a bird, and some guy walks out with his wife and with shotguns in hand. And I knew they were coming out to jump shoot this pond. And so he rattled off something to my buddy, and I get back and I say, is there a problem? Like, what's going on? And I was fairly new to duck hunting in Alaska.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy says, hey, man, you've got way too much green out there. Now, if you buy duck decoys, they usually come in like if you buy a dozen, you usually get like 6 or
6 and 6 or
6 and
8
6
and
or
4.
8 and 4 drakes, the colored up green and white, you drake mallards, and then 4 or whatever of your hens, which are a little darker colored, and that's really what all the bird colors are up here. And he tells me, man, you got too much green out there. You got to pull all of those green head decoys you have, because you ain't gonna fool nothing with that, right? And I got like 3 or 4 dozen decoys. I'm hunting like I'm back in Illinois. I use big spreads, and I still do. And I say, listen, dude, I've just if we've hunted 2 hours, we got like 8 ducks. I'd say we're doing pretty good. And he goes, whatever, man. I used to be a waterfowl guide, so I know what I'm talking about. So, well, that's awesome. Well, hey, Mr. Waterfowl Guide, it's opening weekend. What are you doing? It's like, you should be hunting. And oh yeah, me and my wife, we hunted down in Delta today, and we got our birds. So I figured, what? All right, hold on. And then I stopped, and he walked away, and I did the math. It's about hour 45 from Delta
You
to
weren't in Delta.
to this spot, right? To this spot. You're telling me you hunted for 15 minutes, and when I hear got my birds, I hear a limit. So
Yeah.
you went down there, you shot 20 birds in 15 minutes, drove an hour 45 up here to walk out to me to try to jump shoot some more birds. Is that what I just heard? So that's what I'm comprehending right now, So lo and behold, I'm in Walmart like a week later. And I had hunted both days of that weekend. I think we shot maybe 13 the one day, and then the next day we had this massive front come in, and it was just lights out. I think we shot 20 ducks and 3 geese. So I got some geese in there. I didn't have goose decoys out. And I run into too much green at the Walmart, and I walked up to him and I introduced him. I'm like, hey, too much green. What's up? Pat him on the back. And I'm like, yeah, hey, do you remember me? And I asked him, like, hey man, so how was your weekend? Did you get into any birds? Oh yeah. And I said, well, I was just trying to rub it in on him. And I was like, how many did you get? And he's I'm like, come on, man, how many did you get? And he's like, well, me and my wife got 9 or something. I was like, awesome, dude. Great. Hey, you got some birds, you got on some, good for you. And before he's picking up his last bag out of the claim, and he looks back and he's like, how many did you get? I said, 30 something. But it's all them green decoys, man. It's all them green decoys, dude. And I never saw too much green again. I hope you're listening too much green. But I'll tell you this right now. It doesn't matter if you do hear those people. Like I'm not saying if you're a new duck hunter, you shouldn't be going out and buying 4 or 5 dozen duck decoys at your local sporting goods shop just to take half of them out so you have the right colored decoys. Now you can go online and find some retailers that just sell a 12-pack of hens so that they're the right color. Now, if you want to go down that route, you can. However, I just run them all because that duck knows what a duck looks like. It might not be that color right now, but it knows it will be that color.
Right.
So I just run them like that. But getting into that, you either have your jump shooters, you have your skybusters, and then you have your like decoying spreads, right? And the difference between all those three, like jump shooters, you're walking up, you're getting as close as you can, you pop up and you shoot. Your skybusters, you're maybe reconning a field that you've seen some birds working, and you might just kind of go down and lay in the grass and get to a place where you're kind of cutting them off in an avenue where you pick the wind and you set just downwind or just upwind of where they're going coming in, and you're going to shoot them, 50, 60 yards up. And then you have your decoyers. You're going out either before light or whenever you can get out there, maybe middle of the day if you're hunting afternoon. You're setting up a bunch of decoys, and hopefully this spot is a spot you have kind of reconned. You've seen birds using this space, and you're sitting there and just waiting for them to come. Now, they're using a pond, right? They're using a body of water or a field, and they could land anywhere in that field, but they're wild animals. They know safety in numbers. They see other birds. They're thinking that's safety. That's food. They're probably on food, and they're going to flock to that. And that's when you're decoying them. You're bringing them in close. You're trying to get that perfect, 15 to 30 yard shot.
Right. You're calling and you're doing all kinds of stuff to bring that bird to you rather than going to it if you would on jump shooting, right? You're bringing them to you versus you going to them, which would be jump shooting. And then pass shooting is, it's kind of ambush, right?
Yeah.
You're setting up in the best ambush spot you can get.
Yeah.
Pass shooting. Neglect my previous statement of sky busting, because you could sky bust in any of those forms.
That's right.
of hunting.
And actually, where I was going to go with that, without going too far down the ethics rabbit hole, is if you're new to it and you go someplace and there's guys that are out there, have decoys out there calling, they're doing stuff, it's kind of poor form to be pass shooting ducks that they're calling in.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, big time. I've been on that end, man.
Yep. And I mean, just like that's something to be aware of if you're new to that is, if you don't have decoys and you don't have the whole setup, but you want to go do that and you go somewhere and there's people set up, it's kind of poor form to get in on that. Or, and depending on, Alaska being the way it is, some people might be like, hey, come join us or set up over there.
I'm that way.
Right. And it really depends. And some people are going to be like, go find your own spot,
Right.
get out of here.
Yeah.
And so it just depends. But that's kind of one of those things if you're new to it. And
Alaska is not unknown for its confrontations of wild game harvest.
Right.
But you'll
Whether
run
it's
roll the dice.
Dude,
it
you'll
really
run
depends on who you get.
to that guy. I had this happened to me last year. I had like the first week off. I wasn't guiding, so I just go down to my little hole. I've invited some friends out. We went down there one morning and we just shot the brakes off of these ducks for a morning, and it was awesome. Next day, I'm like, I'm gonna go out there again. It was before the day job. Called in a little sick. I was just sick for a morning. 2 mornings in a row.
September 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, this
weird.
called in, and they're cool with it, thank God. And but no, we get down there, and we pull into the lot, and there's 2 trucks already sitting there. And my buddies, oh man. And the thing is we had left our decoys out. Like, I was only 15 minutes from the house. I left the decoys out. I figured, you know what? If somebody really wants them that bad, they're going to get them. But I left them out. Came back the next morning. I went actually back to that night to just check on them, just to make sure nobody had robbed me. Went back the next morning. 2 trucks were there. We walked all the way down in there. And lo and behold, there's, I believe it was 2 guys, and maybe it was even 3 guys and 2 kids. And they had dragged a kayak in there and a couple of dozen decoys, and they had snuck up in there, and they saw the decoys with the headlamps, in the dark, and they're thinking, oh man, this is gonna be good, man. We're gonna get them. They're already here. Like, man. And so they had just kind of waited, and they had realized that they were decoys, and they're like, oh man. So they were just waiting around to see if any was going to show up. And lo and behold, me and 3 friends show up. So there's 4 of us. Now there's 7 of us and 2 kids. And, it's, 20 minutes of shooting light. I didn't really think it was ethical of me to be like, get out of here. God, they beat us to the spot that morning. And the only reason I didn't get there at, an hour and a half before light is because I had already had everything set up. So I had said, hey, look, guys, I've shot enough birds for a lot of people here today. And my buddy agreed with me there. So I said, hey man, I'll sit in the back and I'll call, and buddy's wife, buddy's father-in-law, you guys and kids just shoot. Like, I'll call a shot. You guys just have the run at it. I would love to watch birds work. And that was probably, it wasn't even a guided trip, but that was probably one of the most fulfilling days of one of my waterfowl careers. We had this little kid. He had I think it was like a 20 gauge 870. And we had this pintail come in and land just about 80 yards outside of the decoys. And I was like, all right, hey kid, you're going to shoot I'm going to try to get this bird in here. You're going to shoot this bird. And it was a little pintail. So I started hitting the little pintail call, and I got this bird to come swim in at about 50 yards. And this kid's holding this gun up, and he's shaking, and he can't really keep it straight. And I'm like, hey kid, like, right there, now shoot that bird, kid, shoot that bird, kid. And this bird's like, oh no, I'm not getting any closer. And he starts swimming away. He gets like 55, 60 yards. I'm like, kid, it is now or never. This kid, Chris Kyle, water swats this thing at like 70 yards with a 20 gauge. Just dump this thing. Oh, everybody was going. The crowd went wild. All 8 or 9 of us that were out there were just going crazy. Kid's first bird.
Nice.
Kid's first duck. And send the dog out. Dog gets it. Got the picture with the kid at the bird, and I was working at, that was back when I was working at Frontier, working at the gun counter.
Yep.
And like the next day, I was sitting there working. Dude comes up. I'm like, you look familiar. And he's like, I was just hunting with you yesterday morning. And he was like, dude, that was awesome. Like, getting that kid on that bird. And I think we only shot like 3 birds that morning because we just lit them up the day before. But that one bird was that kid's first bird. And I would trade hundreds and hundreds of ducks I've shot for to see that happen again. That kid getting on his first duck.
That's pretty awesome.
It was. So if you can make light of a good situation like that, if you have the space and you're not totally like, this is my spot, and not kind of ornery about that, let them in, let them hunt with you. You never know. It could be a little kid stepping out from behind a dad who's like, dude, I'm just trying to get my kid out to hunt with me for a morning.
Yeah, it's funny how you... Oh, sorry, James.
Well, I was just going to ask, so what's the... I know you said it's always a roll of the dice, who you get. But like, what would you say is the standard like procedure for if somebody's there? Because like, to reference back to stories we've told on the podcast before, it's like, if you walk into an area for moose, and there's a guy moose hunting in that area and he's sitting down. It's not really the best etiquette to walk up to him and be like, "Hey, did you see anything yet?" Like you can like signal to him, maybe like, see if he's interested in talking from a distance, if he ignores you or
Probably not even that
Yeah,
when it
I
comes
would say-
to moose hunting.
well, I was gonna say like depending on the area, right? Like depending on
Yeah,
if you can see him
that's-
from the trail and he's sitting there and like, but like typically, right? You see somebody on a big game hunt like that, you back out, right? You just surrender the area to him.
Well,
But like, what's the culture like for bird hunters?
it's different because there's a lot of shooting. It's not like one bang.
Right.
And usually when you get a moose hunt, it's the one moose.
Mm-hmm.
And you're very lucky if you get, a whole herd of them out there that are 4 brown tines or spike fork or 50 plus inch or whatever. And usually those duck hunts are party driven hunts. There's, multiple people. And I'm not saying that moose isn't that way. Of course, you're going to see a few guys out moose hunting together. But, with the duck hunting, and I'd like to get your input, Carl. But
100% agree with that. I mean, and I would even say that, half of, and it comes down to the fact that, you can shoot your 10 ducks and that's 3 pounds of meat, maybe.
Mhm.
You're not out there for filling the freezer. You're doing it wrong if you're trying to fill the freezer with ducks.
Mhm.
So, you're out there for the experience. You're out there for the fun.
Right.
And, it's kind of a social thing. Because, there's a lot of time where you're sitting around just kind of waiting and you're chit-chatting with people and getting to know people, talking to them, whatever. And so there's that kind of aspect of it. It's not always you got to be quiet and stealthy and, all those things. There is that, obviously, if you're jump shooting birds or you're doing something like that. You gotta have some, kind of wherewithal and make sure, I can't tell you how many times I've had decoys out and people tried to jump shoot my decoys. Right. And meanwhile, you're like seeing this and you're like, where's the lowest spot I can get down and hide, But,
right.
but yeah, it's definitely that.
Mhm.
And it's more, I would say that's more if you're doing it over decoys, right? If you're hunting over decoys and you've got some good concealment, you're not laying out in the middle of a field where it's layout blinds and now you've got extra people and no way to hide them.
Right.
If you're pass shooting, it's kind of more the merrier at that point because it's just a roll of the dice. Are they going to be 20 yards to your left, 20 yards to your right? And if you've got people spread out, people are going to shoot birds.
Right. Right.
And jump shooting can be the same way. If you have a reasonable number of people, where that gets to be a little bit interesting is if you get too many people, it's a lot of people making noise, a lot of people moving, things like that. But, yeah, there's like growing up in Colorado, there was a spot where we would almost like chase geese around and just jump them out of the field. And as they were like gaining altitude, people are on the fences just shooting geese. And then they fly to the next field and you spook them up again and do the same thing. And so, I don't know, what kind of, where does that really fall into as far as a technique? But,
Mm-hmm.
and so, yeah, obviously having more people and more guns is key there. So it really depends. And I think it's kind of the attitude that, of how people interact. If you walk up to people and they're out there wearing red plaid and clueless,
Mm-hmm.
you might help them out, or that might be like, yeah, getting out of here.
Yeah.
And it depends on who it is. Your bear baiting friend that showed up on your bear bait, that'll be the only time we bring that up today, but happened to show up at one of my favorite spots to hunt and sitting in my chair over my decoys, so
Wow.
so it's kind of, how's that interaction going to go?
Yeah.
And
At that point, it's a rude entry. Yeah.
right. And sure, it's and I've got different opinions on leaving decoys out overnight, depending on the situation, leaving them out for extended periods of time. I found places where there's decoys with like moss growing on them.
Oh wow.
Yeah, all season.
Yeah.
I run them over.
Yep. And it just, it depends. But yeah, I think it's case by case. And it depends on how receptive the other party is to,
Mhm.
Right.
and do you trust these people with a gun around you?
That-
That's
a big
always
one.
a roll of the dice. And I've been on I've always been very positive in my interactions. I can't say I've ever gone out somewhere and somebody was there and I said, "Hey, can I hunt with you?" But I just like to go out there and talk to them because I'm just a chatty guy. I like talking. I'll go out. Hey, how's it going? Have you seen anything? How you doing? Cool. Hey, I'm gonna go set up over there if that's okay. Like if that's not where you think birds are gonna come from, and I'm enough far away from you, I'll do that. But I've also had guys come up to me and I'll invite them like, "Hey man, you can hunt with me, but if you don't hunt with me, I think," and I'm not trying to steer you in a bad direction. Like, I don't care if you shoot birds. I do kind of care if like you're kind of cutting me off too.
Right. Yeah.
But I'll point. I like have this one little spot I like, and I got this little big old bush I like to stand by. And I told this guy, "Hey man, there's a spot over there in that little back corner where any bird that comes down this slough or on the far side of the pond for me, they go right for that back corner, dude. That's a great spot. Like if this spot was taken, that's where I would be." Right. And he goes, "Okay." And goes the complete opposite direction. Dude sets up 200 yards upwind of me. And all these birds that are circling me that are just passing over him, trying to work to me, he's then pass shooting and sky busting them. And then that kind of like ruins me. And I'm like, it kind of rubs me the wrong way. Cause man, if I walked 50 yards from behind my bush and got on this little mound, I can see you standing there. Like I could really, if I leaded it, if I gained some elevation, I could probably shoot over your head if I wanted to. But
Right.
and it's just, if you get out there and you have the means, like Carl said, if you're not in a layout blind, you're not out in the middle of a field, and you have the means to hide people, like, yeah, invite them in. Like, duck hunting is a social sport. You're not, it's the decoying ducks and geese and cranes. It's a social sport. You could sit there and talk and jaw jack and look at the sky and swap stories and, just talking to people. And some people are just antisocial. They'd rather just do it themselves and get it far enough away from you. And if you are that type, get away from them, give them ample amount of space. But if you just like don't know what you're doing, maybe first, second year, and heck, this guy's already got all the stuff set up. He just invited me to come hunt with him. Go hunt with him. You might learn a thing or two.
I would say something in addition to making sure you have ample space is make sure wherever you set up, you're not firing in their direction. Because I've heard multiple stories, horror stories of people getting peppered in their blinds or peppered in front of their decoys because people setting up across the pond and be like, it's just a shotgun, but it'll still pepper you.
Well, that's also happened to me from blinds, far enough away to where you think you're good. Like you are like legitimately good, but you're firing up in the air in a certain direction and the wind catches it and it'll rain, quarter mile away, half mile away, it'll dump some rain. I mean, we were out in Illinois. We had a great spot to do some dove hunting. And it just happened to be at the base of a hill up against a tree line. And the hill was only so high, but the wind was just right. And, a half of a mile away across the field, across the hill, there was just a big suburban neighborhood. And we were out there. There's probably 9 or 10 of us. There's probably 9 or 10 of us just lighting them up. I mean, we were dropping doves like bad habits. Like it was going out of style. And I was only 8 or 9 at the time. And next thing you know, we hear is hands up, guns down, hands up, guns down. It's 2 federales out there with ARs. Now, this is like very, I would say like 2008, so, 9/11 was still very fresh in America's minds. And there's two federale guys sitting there with AR-15s pointed at us, like, whoa, hands up, guns on the ground. And we had a talk with them, like, yo, we just heard all this racket going on. We've gotten reports from the suburban neighborhood all the way on the other side of the field that they just are hearing rain on their roofs. And it's sunny and 70 out. Like, so we came around, what's going on? So we sat there and talked to them for, 15, 20 minutes. And, they were like, all right, it's all kosher. It's all good. We'll let you get back to it. And then I remember the one dude, the one federale shakes my dad's hand and says, if one of you guys had a towel wrapped around your heads, I would have laid out every one of you.
He must have just gotten home from somewhere.
He must have just got back, man.
Yeah.
And
he had a different occupation before that.
But
He's seen some stuff.
As far as hunting here and hunting in locality to other hunters, don't just go set up straight across the pond from somebody. Get that 180-degree defilade where you're directly down away from somebody. Hopefully they know that you're there, and make it be known if you're going to go walk past somebody to go hunt. Be like, hey man, I'm going to be hunting down there 500, 600, 700 yards, wherever. Like, can you just keep that in mind? Like, I know you're here, so I'm going to keep that in mind for you, but I'm going to go hunt down there. Like, if you get a bird that comes around your back shoulder and it's just straight down the firing line, maybe just give it a couple seconds and let it get around in front of you so you don't pepper us, and we'll try to do that for you. And going back, just be nice to the people out in the field. I can't stress that enough. I get that with fishing and duck hunting is just, sit there, talk with them for 5 minutes. And if a bird shows up, it's easy enough to, get down,
Right.
like just get down, get behind a bush or something. And if they get busted, you get busted. Some people throw their calls in the mud and be like, F this, this ain't worth my time anymore.
Right.
And just get bent out of shape about it. But dude, they're just ducks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There'll be more.
Yeah, there will be more.
Yeah.
Or there won't. Or there won't. I've been there.
Well, and it kind of cycles back to the whole, it just gives all of us a bad name.
Yeah.
If you're out there just, not using proper etiquette and not being social and nice and not being, inclusive, I guess. I hate to use that word, but it's like that it takes one Facebook post, and all of a sudden that just gives anti-hunters all the ammo they need. So,
I mean, and I had an experience, and I won't explicitly say where it is, but I was down duck hunting and somebody anchored their boat up at the end of my decoys to start fishing.
Oh, really?
Oh my god.
See, now then you get in that muddy water of, is it like hunter harassment, or is it because you can't harass like fishermen, right? So who is in the wrong?
Right. And at the end of the day, what do? You pick up your decoys and you go home with what you have. And, part of you wants to send a few over the bow and, a couple warning shots and get the hint. But at the same time, discretion's a better part of valor, I guess.
Do a little cell phone in the dark thing at the end of the power line trail there.
But, and ironically enough, that was the same day I was out there, and I had sharp-tailed grouse. I pass shot 2 sharp-tailed grouse before legal shooting. They flying over in the dark, and you could tell what they were, and boom, boom, and everybody comes, and sure enough, here comes the trooper. He's out there, shows up, and he's like, it was like 3 minutes after we hadn't shot, and he's like, oh, I want to see, here, I'm going to write you guys citations for shooting ducks before the, legal shooting, which is half an hour before sunrise. And I was like, well, they weren't ducks, but okay, let's kind of hash this out, and handed him 2 sharp tails, and oh, okay. And got back in the boat and away he went. It was like, oh,
yeah.
What am I gonna say about that? And so yeah, it's there's like I said, use your discretion, and it definitely is one of those things where one dumb thing can cascade into a series of really bad things, especially if you're hunting around town, you're close to Fairbanks, or you're in any kind of semi-urban or even urban area, like kind of think about it a little bit, and you may lose that opportunity.
Mm-hmm. What are the rules currently on like being inside like town management areas?
So, I mean, specifically like discharging a firearm inside the city limits
Right.
is
That's a no-go.
That's a no-go.
Yeah.
But outside the city limits, yeah, I mean, it's fair game unless it's private property, in which case it's up to the landowner for whatever they want to do. I mean, if it's a, borough or, state park, they can, there's places where they have no shooting within a mile, half mile, things like that. And that's their land. That's what they can do with it. And they've articulated why, they don't want people shooting structures, or they don't want shooting signs, or people walk their dogs, and, I mean, things like that. If it's a multi-use area, it just because you can doesn't mean you should all the time.
Exactly.
Something to the point of when you were mentioning that story about kind of being accommodating to those guys and like helping them get birds, helping that kid shoot that bird and all that, and then them coming into your work the next day.
Yeah, it was full circle.
It's funny how you don't with like the day of the internet and social media and all these things, right? It's funny because James and I had a situation this last fall where a buddy of ours kind of set us up on a spot, and we had encountered these guys, and they were super cool. We were bummed. It was a bummer situation, but they had already been in this area hunting our spot, right? And technically they weren't really doing anything wrong. And they knew the guy that gave us the lead on this spot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we had a really good interaction. We sat and we talked to these. We were frustrated. They were frustrated, but they kind of finished their hunting out, handed it over to us, and it was a peaceful,
very peaceful.
It was a peaceful interaction, right? But it's funny because it goes a step further. So we've had all winter, all spring, to now. And so when we were talking to that guy, then we're talking to these guys, I'm like, man, this guy really just he's familiar, but I can't place it. Well, it turns out I put flooring in this guy's house like 10 years ago. And well, even probably a little longer than that. I'm going to go maybe like 14 years ago now, right? And when I worked in his house, I was learning how to predator hunt. And I had all my material out in his garage. And he's got all this fur just racked up in the garage drying out. And I'm like, whoa, this guy knows what he's doing. And so in all this, like, I'm there to work, I'm there for service, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like nothing else. He's totally cool with me, and he's giving me all these pointers. And Carlito had just turned me on to the 22 mag, and he's like, man, that's a great round, and this and that. And so he's telling me, he's like, I shotgun hunt a lot of critters with a call. And I'm like, yeah, cool, and 14 years this has passed my mind, right? And so I'm on one of the local pages the other day, and he's getting rid of all this shotgun ammo. And I pass shoot because I don't have dogs. I don't have the resources I don't have blinds. I'm not there yet. And so I hit this guy up, and we start chatting. Well, it's this guy that James and I ran into at the spot. And me and this guy, we know each other. And I've talked to him a bunch over the years. He's like, that's right. I thought I recognized you. But we had this immediate connection. And this guy, like, over a decade ago, almost a decade and a half ago, like, helped me out getting started at something. Mm-hmm. And we could have had a bad exchange. Mm-hmm. And then here we are. We're talking again. And all this time's passed. It's almost been a year since I've talked to this guy.
Yeah,
and,
almost exactly.
Yeah, and so he's like, hey, I'm gonna go see some family. And when I come back, and he's like, what kind of shooting you doing? And so I'm telling him, and he's like, oh, you're crane hunting? I got some spots I might be able to show you, and this and that. Yeah. Hey, you know what, Chris? I got a bunch of shells. I was gonna sell these, but I'm gonna give you a big load of shells, get you dialed in. I mean, and so there's so much to being civil and being neighborly. And then for most of us at this table, at some capacity, we interact with people in our work environments and deal with people. And it's just something to keep in the back of your mind.
Absolutely,
being neighborly and sharing the resource. But it's funny, man. It's just so close to home. And then now it's to the point where me and this guy might go hunting. I mean, go figure, right? Like, to where me and James are like cursing in the tent, right? And to the point, it's just something to consider. But
and it's, especially, I mean, a town like this, I mean, it's growing, but it's still small.
Yeah.
You're gonna run into people eventually. Like anyone who's lived here more than a couple years knows that. So.
And he's actually, Carl knows who he is. He's actually been around the block. He's done some hunting, and he's a heck of a hunter and an outdoorsman. And actually, at some point, James, I was going to talk to you about maybe even having him in here, because he's a great guy, And I mean,
that would be awesome.
You could take an experience and then write somebody off. But yeah, it's good to be patient. And anyhow,
well, I was going to say, why don't you kind of touch on your first experience waterfowl hunting? Because I was going to go with you, and then of course I had to work, and I kind of set him up with some people that he'd never met.
Yeah.
There's like so much I've just been listening to about like shooting light, and you got to remember. So my thing's predator hunting, and so we get where we're going. We get out of the truck, we go. There's no BSing around, And so I get out there, I meet everyone. I don't really know anybody, and I'm a guest. And so I'm sitting there awkwardly with my stuff, and I have no idea what we're doing. And I, think I'm the only guy that doesn't know what I'm doing. But it turned out there was a lot of guys that didn't know what they were doing that were along for the first ride. But I'm only worried about me. I'm like, man, I'm that odd man out and this and that. And I'm like, yeah, so when are we doing this? And everyone's like, well, you got to look at your book. I'm like, what? So you got shooting light, your first shooting light. And I'm, our buddy's showing me how to read the reg book, and I'm like, oh wow, there's a little more to this. And so patience, and then like Max is talking about getting into your spot. And man, this is pretty methodical.
So
you don't just go rushing out there.
Like, just explain what was your setting like? Were you up against a tree line? Were you sitting in some tall brush? What were you?
Sort of a mixed variety.
Okay.
And it sort of fluctuated as the birds kind of changed their behavior. We each kind of changed our, grab your stuff. We're going over there. What? Why? Yeah. And then you're sitting over there, and they're flying over. And then where you sit, we're sitting there. That's not happening anymore. But so we were pass shooting.
Mm-hmm.
And we did sort of what you talked about as once shooting light hit, we were all kind of like on the ready. And then we went to go see if we could like flush anything, which was kind of cool too.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I'm the guy way in the back, because I'm like, I'm not going out there first. Yeah. Never even shot a clay. I'm not going to go. Which I have, but I'm definitely not a shotgun guy. But no, it's cool. So we tried to flush stuff, didn't happen, and everyone kind of nestled in, and then we just sat and waited, and then that classic crane sound, right? And we were getting a little bit of geese, a little bit of crane flyby, and it was wild. We were taking big pokes, and then of course reading into etiquette, because I always try to do that, so I got a little edge on that. Don't sky bust, don't shoot stuff that's out of range. And then I realized that's like all we were doing was just taking like ginormous reaches, right? Like just skyscraping.
So I know you were along for a ride, but for the lead guy, he had found this spot. Birds were using a spot.
The lead guy was Carl, and he was at work.
So Carl had found this spot.
Yeah.
Birds were using said spot. Was it a field, marsh, pond?
Without giving too much up, yeah, we were field, little mix vegetation,
little water,
little mixed variety.
Yep. And birds were actively using said spot.
Yep.
You came in.
In going to feed, out going to roost.
Yep.
Just like they do.
And something that I'm just putting words in your mouth at this point. Maybe you judge the wind. Hey, because if also some of you are new, birds, cranes, ducks, geese, they will land into the wind.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I noticed that.
They need a break is what it is. They're posturing their wings out to slow the momentum down so they can have a controlled landing. Right. They don't want the wind at their back, so they come in too fast and they crash land.
I picked up on that sitting there.
So maybe you're you found a spot. All right, these birds have been coming in here, and all right, it's just, I'm not going to say those words, but maybe you've timed it like in another hunt you might be doing. You might see a certain species coming into a certain place at a certain time of day. So you're going to go out there and you're going to sit there at maybe a half hour before you've patterned them, right? You're going to get upwind of them. Am I saying that right? I always get it backwards. You're getting upwind of them.
You're giving up some good advice, but like in this situation, there was definitely no stopping with these guys. They were
on the move.
I mean,
there was no landing at any point.
Right. I mean,
no.
And there was never low altitude either.
So
like this is not where the normal guy would set up to shoot cranes.
I am describing a little bit better. Perfect. Perfect. Maybe giving you some helpful hints for this season, right?
Right.
Sure.
I mean, what I think what you're getting at is you want the wind at your like coming from your back going away so that the birds are landing towards you
in your face.
Yeah.
Right.
And they have to slow down in front of you rather than slow down left to right or right to left or coming over. And then the other thing, of course, is if they're slowing down over the top of you, they get more time to look down at you.
That's a big thing, especially when you get with the slower birds, i.e. cranes and geese. The ducks not necessarily up here, at least, matter too much because they're so fast. Right? They're here, they're there. They're circling, they're here and there, and then they're in the decoys. With your cranes and your geese, they got a much longer wingspan. It only takes a little bit of wind for them to glide. And then not only are they looking, but they're listening. They're listening for that one little hiccup.
There's a lot of them too to alert the others.
A lot of eyes. And once one breaks, they all break. They're all done.
Yep.
Now you might get that one Braveheart. You might get that one. I need a break.
That's my bird.
Yeah, that was my favorite. The dumb one, the dumb and tired. Those are my
dumb
favorites.
guy, dumb bird. That's my bird.
Let me interject with a question real quick. I don't want to derail your story, but so would you say that the wind direction for the current time that you're there to hunt would be like one of your primary decision factors on like which side of the pond you set up on?
100%.
100%.
Yeah. If you know.
So it could change day by day which side of the pond you're on, depending on the wind.
It could change hour by hour.
Hour by hour.
Well, and from like a crane hunting perspective, like when you're like pass shooting like that, something that I tracked almost immediately, there's not so much thought going into it because they're coming in to do one thing and they're going out to do another. So their flight pattern is very predictable. Unless you have some sort of weather system where they choose a different path out of where they're feeding during the day to go back to roost, or the way they come in. Because I noticed that one day they came in a completely different way, and I had never had access.
And that could be because they found a different feed that day. They might, and that happens. I mean, I've been on fields where I'd be hunting one field, getting nothing. Right, next field over, there's 1,500, 2,000 geese going in there all day long, coming and going all day long. All right, I know where I'm hunting in the morning.
Right.
Spend all night getting set up in that field. Next day, there ain't a soul out there. They're in the next field over. Like what changed? What am I doing differently? And it'll be that for a week.
Right.
I mean,
sometimes stuff gets bumped off of a roost. And so they, like in the middle of the night, right, a fox, coyote, whatever comes rolling in there, and they get bumped off the roost. They fly somewhere, and then they still want to go back to feed wherever they were going, or maybe they get bumped off their where they were feeding, and they have to go a different direction, and now they're coming back a little bit different angle. I mean, things like that. But yeah, I mean, the first time I hunted in that spot, I'm not gonna lie, it was about 50 feet of visibility. And
it gets so foggy in that area.
It was super foggy, and there was like 50 feet of visibility. I mean, and it was like you'd hear them. I mean, you'd hear them, and
and they like echo.
Yep, and it's getting louder and louder and louder.
I love that. I think that's part of the addiction.
And what it reminded me of is like that scene in one of the Jurassic Parks where they're like the aviary.
That's my favorite, dude. I know exactly.
And they're just coming in, right? And all of a sudden they're there. Then they're in your face.
Just see the shadows in the
they
fog.
Look, and when they come out of the fog, they look like 3 times as big too.
Right. And usually they're as surprised as
no
you
depth
are that
perception.
No, not at all.
They're just there.
Yep. And I mean, and usually when it's foggy like that, it's a low ceiling, and so they're lower, and there's a whole bunch of things that come with weather, and that's probably one of the biggest things that I would talk about for somebody new is clear bluebird days are the hardest.
Mm.
And wind, you get a little bit of wind, obviously if they're creeping into the wind, that's good, because they're slower. And it's a lot of times it's easier. My experience anyway is if birds are fighting the wind and you give them someplace to come into, if you're calling, if you're decoying, whatever, they're a lot more likely to kind of drop down and come check it out, at least give you a look, versus if they're going with the wind. I mean, they have to work to come back to you. Just things like that. If you definitely have to work the wind, like we were talking about setup, where the wind's in your favor. Sunlight's another one.
Mm-hmm.
Making sure that when you're trying to find the birds that are coming at you, you're not staring right at the orange globe in the sky, because now you're lit up, and I mean you're standing out, just white, and it's so easy for them to see it, and you can't see them, right? And you can't see
Right.
what they're doing. I mean, you're just in a bad spot if you do that, and so that's a consideration if you can. I mean, and all those things are always area and location specific. I mean, there might be a spot that's really good, but if it's not, like, the conditions aren't right or whatever, you might pass that up and go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
100%.
Something I kind of picked up on, it's like you're talking about that low ceiling, like that fog. So I had allotted a whole week to that. And you told me, you're like, these first few days are going to be hot and heavy, and then it's going to taper off. And I was like, okay. So I call everyone, let them know that I have COVID, and I'm like hacking at the wall. And if you want me in your house, and everyone's like, absolutely not. Please don't come. So I'm like, sweet, I'm crane hunting all week. And I actually put 7 days in solid. And one thing I noticed is everybody had said to me, like, I'm like, should we have camo on? Oh, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. And then I talked to you a little bit, and you're like, well, if you can conceal. Well, I camoed out like I was predator hunting, and the success was on. I mean,
Yeah, they're not colorblind.
they like,
Yeah.
I camoed out hardcore,
Mm-hmm.
and like wasn't wearing my black rain jacket, looking like a black bear cub on the ground and all this stuff.
Mhm.
And then that low ceiling stuff. Well, what I started noticing is like the first day that I saw it like that, I limited out immediately. And it was all like super low altitude shots, like 20, 30 yards, and bam, bam, bam. And I was like, man, that was it on that. I mean, you couldn't see, like you're saying, 50 feet. It was, just that blanket of fog. But it seemed to be so good every time there was adverse weather like that. Unless it was windy and rainy, then it seemed like they weren't really as mobile.
Gotcha.
And I don't know. But the concealment was good.
Mm-hmm.
And the fog was good, as long as you could see them to shoot
I
them.
will say this, as we're talking about weather, we've got a massive range north of us from, Minto to the Brooks. If you can keep an eye on the weather up north, you can basically time a great push of birds south. Like if I knew, like Minto was getting snowed on, like I was hunting the next available day I had. The birds were going to push, and that snow line just keeps getting further and further and further south, and that's what's really pushing the birds. And like as soon as that snow line, hit Fairbanks, I was going south, like every weekend. Like, oh, we just got 3 inches, and the temperature just dropped. I'm heading south, and I would just chase them all the way.
Is that
all the way
ducks?
down.
Ducks and geese?
Ducks, geese, and cranes. Yeah,
Really?
all of them. All of them.
Really?
I mean, I was out, just south of here, hunting on a body of water, and we had probably 6 to 8 inches of snow overnight into the morning. It was like October. But quick funny thing, we could see the boat launch from where we were, and at around 2.5 hours after legal shooting light, here comes like a Chevy Trailblazer trying to back a boat down the boat launch. It slips, loses
I remember
traction.
you telling me about this.
Loses traction, slides into the trees. We had gotten so wrapped up in hunting because the ducks were just everywhere. We got so wrapped up in hunting that we didn't realize the dude had disconnected the boat and got the blazer out. And then we're like, oh, now the boat's just parked in the middle of the boat launch. And then we got so wrapped up in hunting, we look over and now he's got the blazer hooked up to the boat somehow. And then a buddy with a tow rope is connected. And then we started shooting again. And we looked over and the boat launch was clear. We're like, whoa. But leading on later that morning, it was so crappy, so nasty, but the bird hunting was just phenomenal. We had gotten this, it just picked up and all the snow stopped. It started to get like partly cloudy. You could just start to see some blue in the sky. The sun started to poke out. It warmed up like 10 degrees. Snow just started melting. And you could see the droves and droves of birds coming. Not only like the birds that we were shooting in the poor weather were moving, but as soon as it got nice out, you could see exponentially more of those birds. And there was 4 of us. We had already shot like 30 some odd birds. And if this correlates even down south when it's like bluebird, like those bad days, and then it turns into bluebirds. That's when you get like your mallards, like your big time mallards. And that's what they were. There was hundreds and hundreds of mallards. And we were hunting, into October. So they just started turning, and we got that cold snap. So that like jump starts their plumage to where they're starting to turn like really good colors, that really green color. And if we would have known, we would have slept in that morning, dude. We would have went out there and we would have shot a 4-man limit of mallards because it was that hot for about 2.5 hours after all that bad weather. But our last, I think it was 6. So we had 34. Our last 6 ducks were all Drake mallards because they were coming in and we can actually pick them out and shoot them. But if we would have known, we would have slept in that morning. We would have been that guy. We would have been that guy in the ditch with our boat on the boat launch.
I remember when I was asking Carl, I was like, hey, how long do I have to shoot these things? He's like, a day.
Yeah.
And then you better figure out where you're going. If you're going to chase them. And I'm like, okay. And so then I was like kind of giving him like daily updates. And he's like, well, we got some bad weather. You might look out. And the weather was so bad. The hunting just stayed good because they weren't bailing.
It's my favorite.
And I went like 7 days in shooting limits. And I was like, and I told Carl, he's like, well, you're lucking out. He's like, beginner's luck. He's like, better enjoy it while you get it. And then I remember I went out like, I think it was like my 8th day. Nothing. And I mean, nothing. Not a straggler. And I'm like, man.
If it's rainy, foggy, windy, or snowy, you bet your bottom dollar I am out there in it. Because that's some of the best days I've ever had. I've shot 4-man limit of ducks in 30, 40 mile an hour gusts.
Wow. Really?
Insane. Just the way we were set up, the ducks would come by us at about mock Jesus. They turn the corner and they beat those little wings so fast trying to get back up into the spread because they could see the water from where we were. We were set up on like a little point and the wind was kind of coming at our backs and they could see the water. This point was creating like a little slack and that's where all the decoys were. And it was just perfect, but they'd come by just going fast as they could. They'd turn around and they'd fight that wind, what seemed like forever trying to get back in there. But yeah, hunting the weather.
Yeah.
Hunt it.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I got a story like that where we were hunting. I was hunting in Colorado and it was blowing like 65, 70. And we were on the leeward side of a dam, on a spillway of a dam. And it was whitecaps all across that thing. And so nothing wanted to be up there. And birds are just ripping by. And as soon as they'd clear that and there was still air on the backside of that thing, they were just peeling around and diving in there. And it wasn't even a question. I mean, they was fully committed. If they saw it, they were committed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what weather does.
Yeah.
Weather takes their decision making and it shortens that time. Whether it's any of that stuff, and it brings them down, lower elevation, all of that stuff.
Puts the pressure on them a little bit.
And to caveat onto that, our season, short. So short. It's probably one of the shortest in all of the United States. It's you got 30 days.
Yeah.
If you spent any time in interior Alaska, if you spent one full year in interior of Alaska, September 31st, it starts to get cold, weather starts rolling in, and a lot of these birds, they're not residents. They're not, hanging around for, 2 months at a time and just bouncing from, within like a 50-mile radius of fields. They're here and they're gone. Majority of the time, if you can get some birds that hang around for a week or two, those are your quote unquote resident birds that have been there. But here they're all migratory, like they are leaving. So it's short and you got to like get after it quick because they'll be gone. They'll be in Canada within a day.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've seen, so like one of the things that is really interesting to see is because you get further south and you get down along the Alaska range and you get really good upslope winds, which is ideal for gaining altitude for birds to just get in a thermal or get in an upslope and just climb, right? And they don't have to put any effort in. They're just gaining altitude.
Mm-hmm.
And you get the right conditions and you'll see 10, 15, 20,000 birds just up in like a tornado, just gaining altitude to like 10, 15,000 feet. I mean, you're going to hear them, but you can't see them even. They'll get that small. And then all of a sudden they're gone. And they get up there and then they just get on a current, air current.
Coast out.
Yep. You look down at your phone for a second and you look back up and try to find them. And they are, as the crow flies, miles away.
Yeah. Now, would the one exception to that be like Southeast Alaska, for instance? Because I have heard that some birds winter they winter in Southeast Alaska as far as the sea ducks go.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for all of these birds is food supply.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gaining, you're going to keep staying where you're at until you don't gain anymore.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So if you're gaining, putting on fat for migration, yeah, you keep staying there until you're not doing that anymore. And so, you go someplace where like sea ducks are present, and they've got food source. Yeah, they're not going to go anywhere.
Right. Why waste the energy when they have food?
But if the weather gets so severe that they got to move, they'll move. I mean, they'll take off and go where they need to go. And so it just depends. I mean, I know guys that have shot cranes all the way into like mid-October. And then there's other years where people are done shooting cranes by the 15th of September. If the weather's right and, the conditions away from the interior along the coast, stuff like that, where all the birds get pushed, they'll move. They'll be gone. And or you get a lot of bluebird days where, all of a sudden it's like birds are just getting ready to go. Because usually bluebird days are clear and cool, right? So you're getting close to freezing at night, or you are freezing at night, and pretty soon all the swamps and the small bodies of water are freezing up, and they're left to rivers and big bodies of water, and that's not where their food's at. So, yeah,
all good things to consider, and I'm sure all of that changes year to year. I mean, we've seen it from like, what was it? A few years ago, we had 75, 80 degree days during moose season, and then the year after that, it was snowing like September 10th.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
So unfortunately, the seasons don't change that much. But all right. Well, let's take our second break and ask you about some equipment. Hammer Bullets produces what we at the Northern Hunter consider to be the most premium and best working monolithic bullets on the market today. These bullets are easy to load, extremely accurate, and best of all, they're always in stock and ready to ship. The guys at Hammer designed them so that after penetrating the hide of an animal, it sheds its petals, initiating a massive energy dump while retaining the rear shank for maximum penetration. These bullets are built with 100% focus on how they perform on game, and their proprietary designs produce great BCs with specialized pressure grooves for amazing inherent accuracy and speed. They have a minimum expansion velocity of 1,800 feet per second, which allows for long-range shots, but with no maximum velocity, making them perfect for every cartridge from your granddaddy's old 30-30 to the high-velocity round like the Weatherby 3378 without having to worry about your bullet failing. To view their expansive selection and find the perfect match for your hunting needs, go to hammerbullets.com and use discount code TheNorthernHunter to drop the hammer on your next adventure. All right, so I just learned a lot of information from you guys. That's the method and both the madness of duck hunting so far. Let's get into a little bit of the setup, right? So what you'd use, gear type stuff. And let's just start off with blinds. I mean, any kind of blind setup that you'd recommend for somebody new and maybe all the way up to the most advanced. Whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, so we're talking about blinds. You have kind of a few sets. You can get your layout blind. Other name for it's like a coffin blind. And those are full on, you get down on the ground and you're basically just kind of laying on your back.
Mm-hmm.
And with your back just elevated just a little bit and come in like trap doors, right? And shooting out of those, it's a little tough for your average novice guy. It's something to kind of learn and kind of practice at maybe before you take it out to the field.
Mm-hmm.
That when you go to shoot, you're practically just doing a sit up, shouldering, and then shooting. Those are great for using out in the middle of fields. Maybe something that doesn't have a lot of vegetation, or maybe like a cut field with a lot of agriculture just laying down out there. You could take stubble. A lot of that has like a molly system in it for grassing them. I use like fast grass too. You could buy online. It's like a fake synthetic grass looking material.
Okay.
They just come in bundles. They'll come bundled like a couple pounds or 5 pounds or something, and you take those and you tie them up on all that molly, and it just kind of brushes it out, and it kind of gets away from that whole blocky looking.
Yeah, it breaks up the silhouette.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And then you stuff all your real stuff you have around you in there, and it just kind of helps fluff it up, makes it a little more round instead of a big box.
Just looks like a pile of
stuff
on the ground.
And if you get enough of them together and you get enough cover built up around it, it just looks like a little elevated mound.
Mm-hmm.
Like not all fields are completely flat. Just looks like a little mound of maybe,
especially in this state.
Yeah, maybe a little discharge from the farmer's equipment. Then you got your A-frame style blinds. Those are a lot more comfortable. You can actually sit down and actually stand up without having to get all the way down on your hands and knees to crawl in these layout blinds. I'm excited to see you getting one of those layout blinds, to be honest with
I'm excited to get in one.
Yeah, I can't wait to have you out in one. But the A-frames, you could set them up. I've seen guys set them up out in the middle of fields, and they work. I've seen guys kind of dress them up to almost look like a messed up hay bale out there, where it's kind of all
just falling apart.
Yeah. Or those, in my opinion, they work best on like hedgerows, tree lines. Maybe we're a little overgrown. Usually on like a tree line, you got a little access road, maybe just like a dirt trail, and usually on the outside of that, there's a little hedgerow. Those are great for setting up in there, just to get you a little bit farther away from the trees and kind of out in more in the field, a little closer where the birds are going to land. Those are mainly about the two styles of blinds that I use up here in Alaska. I've hunted out of pits and permanent like box blinds, which are illegal up here, unfortunately. And for anybody who doesn't know, a pit is anything dug below the like top surface of the earth. So It can't be like, you could even consider if you dig out 6 to 8 inches underneath of a layout blind in the dirt just to get it flush with the surface, that's technically illegal. You're digging down.
Gotcha. That would be considered a pit blind.
Considered
from the legal aspect.
Yeah, and well, you could go out and spend a couple grand and 2x4s and plywood and go build a pretty sweet box blind on some of the places in the lower 48. But
now, are you allowed to do a box blind temporarily, kind of like a tree stand platform?
Well, above the ground, yeah. I mean, you could do something like that.
The temporary structure.
Like one of the things that I've used, and Chris will laugh at this, are sleds. Like put down a sled, lay it down, and find a low spot. And the example would be like in the middle of a corn row, right? You go in between them. take a sled and lay down, and now you're not laying on the ground. You can drape some burlap over it. I mean,
Like an otter sled?
like an otter sled.
Oh,
Heck
Okay.
yeah. Another
Yep.
use.
Yeah.
And you can use that in kind of swampy places. If you don't have anywhere to hide, you can lay that down and throw some burlap over, and you're concealed.
Yeah.
But and that works, as long as it's not more than about 2 inches deep, and any deeper than that, now you're in a swimming pool with the water.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and then building like blinds, like actual, and this is more if you're, I would say, over water, where you don't have a field edge to worry about, or wide open to worry about. I mean, besides the water, you can take like hedge clippers or a saw or an axe, hatchet, and kind of make it like a box around you, or something like that. Some shape where you're breaking up your outline. You don't usually have the overhead cover, but yeah, I would do that. I mean, that's when I was guiding. That's what we would do, is usually go out the day. So we'd guide one day, and then if we were changing locations, we'd go out in the middle of the day and, okay, this is where we're hunting, and kind of get an idea what we were doing, and do that. Now the downside is it's not really portable, so to speak, right? I mean, if you got to move your decoys, or you got to change your spread around, or the wind changes on you, you're kind of stuck in that position, especially, and yeah, you might be able to move one side a little bit or angle it a little bit, but that's the challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And usually with those, the biggest thing is to have like layers so that it doesn't stand out. That's the only way I can explain it, is you'll have some sticks, and then you'll have some grass, and then you might have some brush in front of that, or like vary it up, and so that you get different layers. And then we kind of talked about it briefly, is that birds see in color.
You're right.
Like
right.
if you look at greenhead ducks, right? I mean, they've got a green head, and that's their mating plumage, and so that's part of it, and so they can see in color. And so camo is important for waterfowl and for turkeys. You can debate on that about all the other stuff, but birds, it is super important.
Right.
And hands and face, that's a huge one. I mean, people will be like decked head to toe, and then they're standing out there, and the sun's just on their face, and they're lit up like a beacon at a mile away, and they're like, I don't know why the bird saw me. Well,
Especially when we live this far north.
and so, yeah, I mean, that's kind of one thing, a face mask, and it seems dumb at the time, but especially if you're trying to decoy stuff in close, or you don't have a lot of concealment,
Mhm.
camo is key. And it doesn't always have to be the fanciest, the newest, the greatest. I mean, that stuff's really nice when it's cold outside and it's warm and it's waterproof and all those things. But yeah, just having camo that'll break up your silhouette a little bit.
Yeah.
Little face paint on the face too.
Yeah.
It always helps.
Yeah, on the
Yep.
high spots, if that's your, go full duck commander.
Mm.
That's how I was when I started going solo on those cranes. I'm like, I'm just like I'm predator hunting right now.
Yeah.
See that with predator guys too. They don't cover their faces up, and they're like, your face stands out at like a mile in the sun.
So do you put white paint on in the winter?
Spray paint,
Spray paint.
rattle can, rust
You
lamp.
like, I was
Just
gonna
like-
say
just like
Krylon
Ma-
or Rust-Oleum.
Just like Mad Max.
When my wife's doing her makeup in the morning, I just go up to her and I'm like, hey, honey, I just close my eyes, and she just gets me real quick with the Rust-Oleum. Matte, I like matte. That's a good one.
I mean, you get used to it in the summertime with all the bug dope, right? So, I mean,
It's
You're just-
it's got as a nice sensation, goes well with your coffee.
exactly.
Uh,
Really wakes you up.
I've actually built like what you were talking about. You can like build a blind out of something as cheap as like some surveyor stakes, like 3 to 4 foot surveyor stakes, and zip tie in some burlap or some like camo netting.
Mm.
And I like the camo netting because it actually has little holes in it. You could take whatever natural foliage is around you and just stuff it in there. And that stuff's cheap and it's relatively brittle, or you can take a knife and just poke some holes in it just so that it can actually
Yeah.
hold that stuff.
And it's always in stock. Usually.
And it's always in stock. Another thing what we used to do in Illinois, these are relatively cheap and lightweight. And if you want some homework or a little garage project to do, they're a lot of fun to make. You take little like a 4 or like 8 gauge cattle panel. You use it for like concrete. You usually put them in like concrete, like big grates.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know
I
what
know
I'm
what
talking
you're talking about. Yeah.
You can go down to your hardware store. We got them at like the farm store,
Mm-hmm.
and they sold them as cattle and like pig panels, but something that's stout, something that doesn't easily flex. But we would pick up a couple of like 12-foot sections of that, and we would cut them at 8 feet by 4 or 2 feet or 3 feet, and we'd make a box out of that, and we would either zip tie or use some carabiners, like some heavy duty carabiners on the corners,
Mm-hmm.
and carabine them all together. And there's your box, and then we would get some like extra leftover pieces, and we would bend them like kind of like a half moon, and we would fashion that to the top, so that was your overhead cover. And what we had done is we would take bungee cords. Carlito, I'm sorry. We would take bungee cords and we would string them to the front and the back of the front facing part of the blind, and we would reach them over and grab onto the tops or lids. And then in there, inside where you would sit, we had a dog leash. It looked like an alligator clip, right? You just pulled it and it would open up. And when I would call the shot, I would hit that leash, and the spring on those bungees would just snap those lids wide open, so you didn't have to worry about throwing them up over your head or something like that. Now you could just bend them and let them just touch each other, and by gravity, they'll just hold there until you push them and fold them open. But that's what we would do. And, for just a couple of $100, you can go out and grab some cattle panels and go buy some fast grass. And not only that, now you have all these squares because it's a grate. And now you could stuff anything and everything inside all those squares to break it up. You could spray paint it brown, green, tan, whatever you kind of might be in. Mm-hmm. That was a really effective way we hunted geese in fields. And I'm talking, we would go walk that thing out in the middle of a field and shoot geese off of it.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see what those can do up here.
That would be, that sounds like a good entry level way to get into it. I mean,
adult arts and crafts.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that and
things you can find, things you can get.
What's a layout blind? $300-$400, depending on what you get.
Yeah.
Maybe more. And that's per individual. So if you're trying to do this for a group of people,
right,
you can make those panels, you can do that, and you can get 3 or 4 people in there, and now you're breaking the cost down a little bit more.
Yeah, and you're more comfortable.
Yeah, well, and like we were talking about, like shooting the mechanics. Like if you shoot shotguns a bunch, you're swinging with your body, right? I mean, you're basically pointing at it. Like the way I've always was taught was point at with your belly button.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't really do that when you're sitting.
Right,
like you're swinging. It's all in your torso at that point, and so a lot of people do struggle shooting out of a layout blind unless you can get up to like on a knee.
Sure. Yeah.
If you're flexible like that and you can get to a knee quick enough where you can shoot, that's probably one of the things.
But see, I don't even like that, especially since I'm the guide and have to doing that. For me, it's quick, and you got to be able to sit up and acquire and shoot. And when I have somebody get up to a knee, typically when everybody's sitting up and that one guy is on a knee, he's kind of leaning forward. And not only that, now he's higher than everybody. And when you're dealing with novices, some guy will just get out of his cone. And something to take away from this when you're hunting in groups, layout blinds out of A-frames, or if you're just sitting behind bushes there, you got to know your lanes. Like each of the end guys, they have, just out in front of them, maybe a little bit to their left or right, and then all the way around the corners. And something to keep in mind, too, and this is like one of the first things I ask when I get everybody out in the field, I say, do I have any left-handers?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah, Carlito's raising his hand. Do I have any left-handers? And they are immediately going on the far right side because since they're shouldering left, they can swing over to the right a lot easier than a guy who's shooting right, and it's kind of a tough shot if he's trying to shoot something off to the right.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, something to keep in mind if you have a lefty shooter, keep him on the right and he's on cleanup duty on the right.
Mm-hmm. Now, how necessary would you say a blind is for a new person trying to get into this style of hunting? I mean, because I know you told the story earlier about that kid's first duck, and there were several of you there on top of those decoys.
Right.
I mean, were you guys using a blind, or were you just camoed up real good, or back in the brush?
No, I just there's this pond I like to go to, and if you've stumbled around the greater Fairbanks area, you might know just by the description I've given. But in the corner of this pond, there's just a big mound where some years ago a big mound got pushed up right there, and it's just extremely overgrown, and it's just like one of those perfect settings where you can walk behind all the overgrown stuff and kind of mat it down, and then you have a nice big, bush setting in front of you. And if stuff's a little too tall, you hack it down and you fold it over, double it up, and it just kind of thickens it up. But no, I wouldn't say a blind for especially a novice, like new guy just getting into it. It's not essential.
Yeah.
Not essential unless you're going to go hunt out in the middle of a field. Now, if you're hunting, corner of fields on a tree line or a brush line, you could probably get away with it. And on the water, you'll find places all over the water that's got, a fallen down tree or just some logs or just some big bushes. And you might not be right on the edge as close as you can get to them, but you'll be like 10 yards back, 5 yards back away from the water's edge. And that's good enough. I mean, if you could find that, you can work with something like that. A blind is not essential if you're just getting into it and you're just trying to find a spot just to get out.
Yeah. Just camo up, play the environment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would have like a set of like pruning shears or a little axe or something to kind of brush that up, make it, kind of, I mean, where you stand up, you get clear shooting, but you can, I guess bolster that natural blind or, your kind of your hide there, however you want to do it. But just, adding sticks, go grab a handful of willows and clip them all off and stake them down.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I mean, that's what I would do. I mean, and it's portable. It's easy. That's one thing you stick in your bag and doesn't weigh too much. Easy to use.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean that, and as far as like the other thing that I think is a 100% must though is some kind of waders.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to caveat on that too. Especially if you're a new guy and you're trying to hunt bodies of water. Heck, some of us don't have boats. I get it. Sometimes you get to a spot where you just can't get a boat, kayak, canoe, whatever in there, and you don't have a buddy who will help you drag one in there. And it sucks, but I've done plenty of solo hunts on bodies of water. I'll take a dozen decoys, so it's not like I'm out there all day trying to pick them up. And like just a 8-foot fishing rod and a big gnarly treble snagging hook, or like a big heavy spinner that can really pitch out there. That's my retrieval for decoys. And if I'm not like playing the wind, like I could always just shoot something and wait for it to blow to one side or the other and then go pick it up on the other side. But I'll grab that fishing rod out, and I'll tell you what, if you can't cast well, you'll learn how to cast really well. But I've cast it out there and just drag that line across the bird or your decoy and snag it like that and just reel it in slow and steady.
Yes, sir.
Because I didn't have a dog. I still don't have a dog. I borrow somebody else's dog whenever I do.
A little ice fishing rod for that with some like Power Pro on it.
No, you want a long rod in case you dump one at 40, 50 yards so you can pitch it out there far.
I can cast an ice fishing rod pretty far, but
I don't know. I don't know. I've seen you try and retrieve fox on the ice.
We should tell that story sometime. And if I remember right, you took a stab at that too.
Oh yeah, until I couldn't feel my fingers.
Rob's almost got that fox done right now.
Yeah, does he?
I think he did finish that fox. I need to go get it. That's a heck of a story we got to tell sometime. I got pictures to go with that too that we could use for the highlight. I could ask Condro, hey, you mind if I use our little bay photo there?
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of time during the winter for all of that.
That was a good one.
But yeah, I mean, waders and
waders. Yeah.
really, I mean, if there was one thing besides having a shotgun, it would be waders.
Yeah.
And then a camo coat. Like, or camo, some kind of something, to start with.
Even from like being a new guy listening to you guys, something I noticed last year is I wore waders. Well, I had them in my bag. I didn't wear them. My first mistake. Even if you're not doing boat stuff or working water, you get out there early and there's that dew on everything.
Yeah.
And you are a sponge.
Yeah.
And there's nothing that'll make you pick up and go home
jeans
sooner.
Are killers, man.
Dude.
Jeans. I can't tell you how many guys come out to the field with like a pair of thermals on and jeans. And like, we're gonna be in a blind, right? I'm like, yeah, but you're gonna be laying on the ground.
Yeah.
And it rained last night, dude. So those things soak up water. But I had like a pair of like 1600 grain thin slit lacrosse breathable waders, and I used them for bibs. Some late season field stuff, walking around because I don't like neoprene boots. I just don't like them. And the only like cold weather boot I actually really like are bunny boots. And I can't really justify wearing those into the goose and crane fields, just to keep my
I bet a lot of guys
warm,
do.
just to keep my feet warm in the blinds. So I'll put on my breathable waders, and I've actually destroyed these things by walking them in the field so much, like they leak now. But now they're like my cold weather, like infield bibs, and they're freaking awesome. And yeah, they're a little bulky and funky, but dude, they're so warm.
I wore rain gear a lot too.
In rain gear,
like just with my my under layers and stuff, and then just rock that rain gear. Because there was one day where it finally dried out and we were in like normal clothes.
Well, and I think doesn't Grundon's makes like rain gear with waterfowl patterns on it, doesn't
I think Cryptek
does?
got the deal with Grundon's.
Oh, okay,
I believe.
Gotcha.
Don't quote me on that, but they make like their waterfowl pattern. Yeah.
Dude,
Right
those would be
on.
slick.
Mike would be a good guy to ask about that.
I'll have to text him right after this episode.
Yeah. He stays up late too.
I've been asking him. He does.
Yeah.
He's texted me at like 1 a.m. before.
And if you were new to waterfowl hunting or just getting started, it depends on what you're doing. If you're going to be doing a lot of like jump shooting or pass shooting, I probably wouldn't go invest in a awesome set of waterfowl because you're going to be moving around a lot. If you got a set of breathable waders for fishing, that'll be awesome for that, right? It's something you can probably roll down when you get hot. And I mean, you want chest waders. I mean, you can pull it off sometimes with hip waders, but there's always going to be that time where you're, on your tippy toes trying to get across something. And, I mean, it's just kind of one of those things where you want chest waders when you're waterfowl hunting. You got warm pockets, you got places to stuff ammo, you got all kinds of things. And, you never know what you're going to get, especially when you're jump shooting. You don't know if it's deep, if there's a little beaver channel through that slough that you got to step in, it's all 2 feet deep until you get to that spot where it's 4 feet deep, or, things like that. Right. And so, yeah, but I would, if I was just getting into it, I'd start with my breathables, and you wear them until your feet get so cold that you decide you want to buy a set of boot foot waders. And then that comes with its own set of challenges. And, I mean, they're warmer, but they're not nearly as comfortable for walking in, and they suck for maneuverability. And then, neoprene's super warm, sometimes too warm. And it's always been prone to leaking. It's not as durable as any of the other ones.
Yeah, it is definitely a lot softer.
So, and that's the thing, right? As you're beating through brush and you're going through this stuff, and you've got, rose bushes and alders and willows, and you're going through, dead spruce trees that are in the swamp, whatever. And I mean, it's not as durable. And so, but I mean, like, that would be the other main piece of gear I would have to get started.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, and that just makes perfect sense. I mean, especially if you don't have any other means of retrieval. I mean, that's always been. I'd heard you guys mention earlier something about nets. Having a net with you, like kind of like what we were using for beavers and whatnot. So
Well, and I'll let you in on a secret. I've got a Chessie. She's retired now. She's 13, but even when you got a dog, you're going to get wet because she's going to be nice and wet, and you're going to be wet. And so even if you have a dog and they're a retriever or, they're trained, whatever, you're going to get wet.
Because what do they do as soon as they get out of the water and bring you that bird?
They come as close to you as they can before they shake.
And then they shake all the water right onto you.
Just to share the love, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'll stop them right at the water's edge, 5 feet, 10 feet away from me. And I'll give them like a little shake of my hand. And some dogs you can actually train, like stop, like shake, and they'll shake it off and be like, all right, good boy. And then they'll come and then drop the bird at your feet and then do it again. just to make sure they got it all.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so that's one thing, and, having some kind of a fishing rod, especially if you're in deeper water, and sometimes, you're finding that out as you're doing it, but, generally.
It always sucks that moment when it's creeping up to your armpits and you're like, come on.
Yeah.
Well, when that decoy is, you can get your fingertips on it, but you can't quite reach it, and you're like getting cold in your armpit because you can feel the water lapping. Yeah. Yeah. And you're like, do I go for it? Or
you go like squeeze it, and it's so slick that it just spins the decoy around away from you. You're like, you almost want to shoot out like on the other side of it to blow it back towards you, the extra 3 inches you need.
But I mean, and those are, and one thing we kind of touched on decoys a little bit, but I think up here, you don't need to buy super expensive, super nice decoys. I think having decoys is the thing, and I actually, what I've started getting is either Gadwall or Widgeon decoys, because they're just kind of gray or brown anyway.
Color already,
right? Yeah. And if you can get widgeon decoys, that's perfect, because there's a lot of widgeon. I mean, ducks don't care as long as there's other ducks down there. They don't segregate too much. I mean, divers will stay with divers, but that's usually because they're out in the middle of deeper water, and puddle ducks are in shallow where they can dabble and feed, and
it's more that they're segregating for food purposes rather than
exactly
their ability to grab it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, I mean, it's more, I mean, that's what I would say is, cheap decoys. We didn't really talk about, how to rig up decoys. I kind of saw the light one year when I was back visiting Colorado and started using like Texas rig style decoys. But that works
What is that?
Well, I don't know. You know what I'm talking about?
About
Texas rig decoys.
Oh yeah, I see the places I hunt. Sometimes it's not 6 feet deep.
That's right.
It's like
That's right.
8 feet deep, and you'll throw out. Let's say you get like, oh yeah, you spend all night building these Texas rigs, and because that's how I used to be. Like the week before duck season would roll around when I was in the Army, and I had 6 dozen duck decoys stuffed in my barracks room. I'd have a little party by myself, rigging up decoys. And I remember I got this pack of Texas rigs, and a Texas rig, it's basically a little slip, and it's got a weight on one side and a loop on the other side, and it connects to your decoy via a little snap swivel. And that way you can grab the loop, and that weight pulls straight up to the base of the decoy. And then now you've got your dozen decoys all in one hand, all via just all these cords, and then you D-ring those loops together, and then they're all awesome together. So I invested in these Texas rigs, and I was very quick on my first day hunting. I figured out that pond very much exceeded 6 feet deep, and like all the ones within 5 yards of the shoreline stayed right there. But all the ones that didn't, they floated away with the wind, just out in the middle.
And they don't float very fast, because now they're semi-anchored, so they
kind of drag a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Is it depends on where you're hunting and what your situation is, but yeah, I mean, I would say half of mine are all like a strap, like a whatever 10 or 8, 12-ounce strap weight, and then probably honestly about 20 feet of decoy line in case I want to fish deep water, or have it in deep water.
And now most decoys, most floating duck and goose decoys, the way so you imagine your decoy, right? Above the top of the water, it's the bird, and below it there's a keel. There's just a little, 3-inch long keel, and that's usually filled with sand to keep the bottom side down. But on that keel, that's where you wrap your line around, and there's usually a little spot on that keel. It's either like a hook or a little J or something there where you can kind of tie off on there. So that way, when you go throw out that decoy with 20 feet of line on it, it doesn't unravel, and then you got one crazy Ivan decoy, just wrapping with the wind. They'll just kind of swim around on themselves, and then they'll wrap all these decoys together.
And now you got a knot of decoys, and they're all like balled up.
Right, and it just doesn't look natural.
Right.
What I have done, I like to go out, because some guys, there's a lot of different. Now you want to talk about decoy weights. Now there's a lot of different crazy decoy weights out there. I get these ones. It's like a little it's not a J, but it's like a flat piece of lead that's about 6 to 8 inches long.
Yeah.
And when I wrap the line around there, usually that lead winds up on one other end of the keel. Then the lead is just a soft, malleable metal, and it just bends right around the keel, and then boom, you're in Lake Flint. You could put it away.
That's how I do it. I have like basically a little it's like a rubber band at the end of it.
Yeah.
And so you can really what you do is you bend that weight in half, or that little strap in half, and then you put that rubber on there, and it'll let you stretch it to fit it on there and put tension on it. So when you go to pull them out of your bag, all of a sudden you don't have weights and all giant 12 lines together all in a knot. And,
gotcha.
But yeah, it depends. But yeah, I mean, I would have something simple, and you kind of figure out what works and what doesn't, what you want. And there's a ton of resources out there in terms of how to rig stuff up like that. But
right.
Yeah, and
I'm sure it's one of those things you ask 10 different people, you'll get 10 different answers.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've been in so many different outfits and so many different. I know guys who are so crazy about it, they actually buy custom molds to make and pour their own lead molds for those weights. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
While we're on the topic of
I guess if it's what you nerd out on,
I mean, yeah, I do. I do, dude. I used to be that dude who just had my little barracks party rigging decoys for like a week straight. That's all I did.
I can't hate
before duck season. But while we're on the topic of decoys, we should mention motion.
Yeah,
motion decoys.
Yeah,
I was just going to ask about that because I've seen a lot of different styles of those.
There's going down another rabbit hole.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
but all I've heard you guys mention so far is floating ones.
Right, and on a windy day or anything like that where you've got some weather, you're going to have some motion in your decoys. They're going to be like almost swimming, or if you're in moving water, you're going to get action, but like you want to have some action in there. So it makes it look like they're alive on the water. I mean, you go look at a duck in the wild and the water is not still normally unless they're asleep. But I mean, it can be as simple as like a jerk line. Spend a lot of time doing that where you just tie a piece of cord to one of the decoys and you're just kind of, shaking it around, and that helps in some situations. And then you get into like all the electronic ones, the spinning style, and then they have, I've seen goose flappers and
the clones.
Yeah, I mean, you can, if you can think of an idea, somebody's probably tried it. But and it really depends. If you're doing multi-species stuff like ducks, they're awesome on ducks. And a lot of states have actually banned them.
Oh, really?
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, there's quite a few states that have you can have the wind-driven ones where they spin in the wind.
Just no electronic ones.
No electronic ones. They're super effective, and And they make some that like float, like it's duck on with spinning wings on a little pedestal that spins that floats around when it's spinning. Most of them are on posts. But big birds don't typically like them. Geese and cranes.
No,
you
big
put
time no.
you put a spinner out, and that's like a highlight to go away.
Yeah.
And so if you're doing kind of a multi-species, or you want every opportunity, stuff like that. And they make some with remotes, and you can go fancy and do that. I mean,
And they sell those controllers and remotes so you could add in.
you can always add them after and stuff.
Really?
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff, and I mean, most of them run on like a sealed 12-volt battery. I mean, you can even get AA kits for them.
Yeah.
Our buddy has the 12-volt AA packs for him, and he plugs those in.
I was going to mention we went into a spot and we anticipated water
Yeah.
and it was dry.
Yep.
And so he got one of those up on a post
Yep.
and kicked it on. And I was like, what's the deal? Like, he goes, they'll come in cooking because they think that thing's landing on water.
Yeah.
Even though there's no water here.
Yeah.
And we pulled a few that way. And it was a
Yeah.
trip. And then I also noticed there were some differing opinions in whether or not that deterred the cranes and the geese. And I noticed a big impact on they really avoided
I'd like
us.
to,
Why do you think that is?
dude. It's just not. It's not natural.
Yeah.
So with, I'd like to flesh these out real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
So when I say, I'm going to call them Mojos because they're like the first company to make them.
That's the name I know them by.
But I'll refer to the spinning wing electronic decoy as a Mojo, even though there's lots of companies that make a bunch of different ones out there. But a Mojo is a duck decoy that looks like a flying duck, and it's got these wings on the side of it. Now you can get a little remote control. I like to have the remote control for them, turn them off and on. But on one side of that wing, it's completely white. On the other side of the wing, it's got about the pattern of the top of a duck wing. Now, when a duck lands out there on the water, like you can see a duck land out the water, it flaps its wings, and all you see is a little, like a white flap, like a flap, 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 and then it stops. Now, those Mojos, what they simulate is a duck landing on the water, or a duck flapping its wings. I put remotes in mine just because if I see a bird come by, I'll maybe hit it on and off. It looks like a bird that just kind of just landed. Sometimes it'll catch an eye. I think in those bluebird, really bright days, they do more harm than good. They're a little too bright. They're a little too easy to see. And it's not like they're actually moving. They're staked in the water, stationary. And a duck just doesn't sit there and flap his wings for, 35, 40 minutes at a time.
So you get the wing flap of the landing, but not the wake in the water, not the motion,
right.
anything
so
else.
That's what I refer to as a Mojo or a
Mhm.
spinning wing decoy. Now, like he mentioned, there are some states, and I just learned this. Some states have outlawed those, and they make some wind-driven ones. But with that, you need wind. Next thing you're gonna be like Tommy Boy out there. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I really wish we had some wind. Man, where's this wind? But now with that, some people in many circles have been saying the ducks have been getting a little too educated on those. Some people say they do even more harm than good. I love running them, especially in the low light visibility days, because it actually grabs stuff from farther away. Now, as soon as I see a bird kind of react from far out when I hit that thing and it comes in, I'll turn it off because I just don't want it running. Like, I don't think it needs to be running the entire time as that bird's coming in. But if I could visually see a bird react to it and start closing distance, I'll shut that thing off. Now, that's all I will say about the spinning wing decoys. Now, what I think every duck hunter should have, whether you're old or new, something that's extremely effective, whether you have wind or no wind, is what Carl referred to as a jerk line, jerk rig. Now, these are super simple to make. some more adult arts and crafts. I've made them. They're actually easy and fun to make. Now, how I have made them is I'll go to like your local like reused sporting goods store and get like a 5-pound disc, like a plate weight. You can go to your local gym. They're free. You could take those. Like you could put them in your bag and take those from your gym. And but all right, don't do that. Go buy one.
You could just take them.
You can just take them.
I mean, that's what they're there
That's
for.
what your membership's paying for, right?
Yeah.
The opinions displayed on this show do not represent the Northern Hunter or
Taxes, you know.
So I go buy like those little 5-pound disc weights, those plates, and I take a bungee cord. I know, I see you shaking over there, Carlio. I take a bungee cord and I'll wrap it around that and kind of close off one side of the bungee cord, so that way it's bungeed on there. And then I'll take a just a line 550 cord, whatever you have, and string that out for 200 feet. And every 10, 15 feet, I'll tie a loop in it, and I'll run a D-ring. And the whole point of that bungee cord in there is it gives it an anchor, and it gives it like a little stretchiness.
Oh, gotcha.
So that way, I'm sorry. And then you go to your D-ring and your decoy. Then while you're setting them out, you just grab a decoy, hook it onto the D-ring.
Mm-hmm.
Couple loops later, grab a decoy, hook it onto your D-ring. You can get like 4 or 5, 6, however many of them in tandem.
Mm-hmm.
What you could do while you sit on shore, you could pull that line and the spring of that bungee. When you let that line go, it'll pull all the decoys back. So as a forward and backward motion. Now, when there's no wind and you need some wind, you can really, really get that thing rocking, create some wake, and that not only moves those decoys connected to that, but it's sending out a wake and it's moving everything else around it.
Mm-hmm.
And it creates action. And you get that glassy look on the water that's disrupted by kind of what, if you've seen ducks from a bird's eye view, you could see a little wake and actual motion coming off of them. They're not all just glass. And if you see your decoys on the water in the wind and the water moving across them, it just looks like a little wake coming off of them. And it's just totally not natural. It looks like they're all swimming, but they're not really swimming.
Mm-hmm.
With the jerk line, you could rip it back and forth and create a lot of action. That's something I think every waterfowler, duck hunter especially, should make.
Yeah.
And you could do it for cheap. I mean, they sell them for however much. I never looked them up because I just thought it was too easy to make. I made them. I've seen guys, you might have seen this. I've seen guys make them out of garage door openers with a big arm. They'll hit a button, and they got a box staked to the shoreline, and they'll have a big arm off of it that spins around in a circle with the line hooked up to it. They hit the button, and that arm will swing around, and it'll pull the decoy back and let it back and pull it.
Really?
And let it back. It's pretty interesting what rednecks come up with to shoot birds.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean,
I love it.
in general, I mean, I've seen it, to the point where you're just sitting there throwing stones. Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, hey, there's some ducks flying around.
Yeah.
And you grab a handful of rocks and throw it out there and get some ripples going and hope that they see them, and I mean, that's the simplest, right? I mean, no pre-planning until you get someplace with no rocks.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, just anything to add motion like that is
Mhm.
key, especially if you don't have any wind, you don't have any weather, and the spinners and that stuff. I 100% agree. Now we're fortunate here that most of those things aren't educated, right? I mean, they've never seen a decoy, heard a call before in their life, so if it looks attractive, they're going to keep at it. But
Yeah.
if they're high and they get a long time to look at it, they're like, why is that thing still spinning its wings 30 seconds later? But if they're buzzing along on the tree line and they catch a glimpse of that and peel back around, I mean, there's different schools of thought in different areas on when to run it, how long to run it, all that, and I think it's case by case.
Mm.
and I mean, I've seen it where you're like, oh, I'm going to do this, and then you start having birds that are like decoying, and then they flare out and they're gone, and you're like, I'm going to try, and you just start playing with it until you figure out what was causing that. And it might be your spinner, it might be a decoy laid over on its side when you threw them out that didn't get upright.
Right.
I mean,
just anything unnatural that keys them in.
Yeah, and that's that's part of it, is kind of paying attention, and you hope you have enough opportunities that you get to figure out what causes it, and then you don't get down with your morning and you look over there and there's a decoy laid over on its side, and you're like, oh, that explains it with the one or two ducks that came in today, that kind of a deal. But yeah, and then, and I guess kind of we could probably get into the shotguns and ammo and all of that fun stuff.
Yeah, I was going to point out it's actually kind of funny that you guys brought up that as the last section there with the motion and everything, because we had Ryan Bender on the show a little bit ago, and he grew up duck hunting a lot, and that was the one thing he brought up with a short touch we did on decoys. The one thing he made sure he pointed out was motion is key.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, a lot of the other stuff, the fancy stuff, doesn't matter. It's motion is key. And it's good to hear that confirmed.
Didn't he also mention not using decoys?
He mentioned not using decoys quite a bit, yeah. He said if you do, though, what to focus on. Yeah. No, I mean, and it's yeah, it all seems to be around the same. Yeah.
Well, you ask everybody's got a different opinion.
Yep.
I mean, and I've hunted places where you could, once you find that spot, you could not have decoys out there, and the ducks are going to pile in the same spot, same way all the time, because either that's the only water, that's where they want to be, and those are ideal situations, right, where you can find that perfect location where you don't need decoys. And yeah, it's nice. You don't have to do any work. You just maybe make a little blind up and go. But
I would almost say something to negate that. If I were ever going to hunt a spot like that where, yeah, you do not need decoys, I would make the only argument is I would say that if I'm hunting a piece of water, piece of land, and they could hunt and they could land literally anywhere outside of 80 yards, I would put something out just to get them in closer. I mean, I've hunted ponds where I've watched birds just abuse for days on end, and I'm going to go hunt that. I'm going to go hunt that like tomorrow morning, and went out there, and oh my God, there's 300-400 ducks landing in there in the day, but they're all on the other side of the pond, or they're all, barely giving me a look because I got no decoys out.
Right.
If anything, I'd put 6 of them out there, because what's 6 decoys to carry? And I just pitch them out just to give myself some confidence. Like they're going to see these and they're going to land right here.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I've just hunted a couple spots, like especially when I was guiding, where the water would come down and there'd be a 20-foot hole, and you'd have ducks just piling in and out of there. And they wanted to land where it was open and then swim into the grass. And so, I mean, they're literally landing, and you just have to figure out where you want to be. And normally that was trying to figure out how to play the wind and not be standing in the, knee-deep water for the whole morning.
Gotcha.
And yeah, I mean, you could throw a couple decoys out there, wouldn't hurt your odds.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah,
something to keep in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
Well, before we get into shotguns, let's talk about calls a little bit. What kind of calls do you guys like using around the interior of Alaska?
Duck calls and goose calls. Next question.
No.
Next question. Yeah, I like to hear what you got, Carl.
Well, single reed goose call, and then double reed duck call. I like double reeds. I like the raspier. I don't need the distance that you normally would get out of a single reed duck call. I like the lower sound, and I think they're easier to blow. And if you're the only one calling, because usually that's the way it works. I mean, normally you're not fortunate enough to have a bunch of people that you go out and call on you're the only more than likely you're the only person with a short reed goose call out there calling. So the easier it is to blow, the better it is, in my opinion.
Sure.
And yeah, there's better calls, better sound, better things like that. But at the end of the day, once again, they're dumb. They, they haven't heard calls for 2,000 miles showing up. But
Sure, yeah.
Go
into a little bit about, and I'm sure there's no solid answer to this, right? It's kind of like if you were to ask somebody what's the sequence for predator calling, like it's going to change every set. It's going to change depending on what you're on.
Depend what the birds are doing and how they're looking. Like sometimes you can get birds that just not paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
You look up and here they are. Like they're coming in. It might be 200 yards out. They're locked up. They're coming in. Man, don't even pick up a call.
Yeah.
Like until the point till they give you a reason. Because I've seen guys where, a bird just shows up out of nowhere and they just start barreling right in and they blow a call at it. And then they still just come in and you jump up and you shoot him. And that guy's like, I called that bird in. And then I've also seen it where something's just coming in, like locked up, just doing its thing. And you make one cluck at it and it just turns away. And
that was going to be my next question. If there's an overcalling aspect where you can.
Yeah. And it's dependent on the bird that's coming in and what it's looking like. There's calling sequences like for ducks you have like your feeder call and then you have like your just basic quack and then you have like your mating like hail kind of call like that's the mating calls like your hen mallard like that like that is a hen mallard making that noise and then you have like your typical quack like quack quack
right
and your feeder chuckle it's like a chick 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 and that's you got to imagine a duck just opening and closing its mouth and breathing like and I love going down to like Kramer's Field and sitting there at that little pond
listening
to them. I think that's the coolest thing.
That's good. That's a good call right there.
My favorite is when you hear like a Drake mallard that and you're like that and that's the only sound they make. That's the only sound a Drake mallard makes.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I mean and like to that also like if you've got birds circling and you may be calling hard and then as they turn away you call or I'm sorry you call light when they're near you and then as they're turning away you start calling harder and as they're like pointed away I mean you're taking into account what they're doing and I mean you're reading it and you're kind of okay, they like that sound. They like, if you were calling geese, they like double clucks, they like moans, or they like, whatever, just lots of noise. I mean, it really depends on, you kind of read how they respond and kind of give them what they want.
I started getting into a lot more geese than cranes last year. And for the past few years, I've been really trying to just focus on the cranes and the cranes. I'll tell you this right now. If you cannot make a call sound exactly like a crane. I'm talking exact, like if somebody across the field like could not differentiate between an actual crane and you calling, I think your best advice for crane hunting here would just be to be quiet. The next best thing if you were going to call, like since we have a lot of juveniles here, like they just hatched, it's their first migration. The juveniles sound a little different, a lot different than your adults. The adults have that big, gnarly, raspy, loud, really, really a prominent call, and the juveniles almost have like a little whistle, like your typical dog whistle with the bead.
Oh, really?
It whistles back and forth. It's like a very
like
light,
a referee. Yeah.
No kidding.
Now you could find like whistles out there that would just kind of mimic that. And if you're going to use that, use it very, very seldomly. Cranes are easily very easy to overcall. But in most cases, I tell guys who like, hey, I really want to get into it. I bought some decoys, blah, 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 blah. What type of call should I get? And I just tell them, don't. What type of call should you get? The one you don't have. Just don't. If you don't know how to blow it, you're better off just being quiet.
That's one of those things you buy in the off season and practice.
And then when it gets to the season, you put that away. And then
until season's over.
Until the season's over, then practice. I mean, I mess it up all the time, and I've been calling for them a couple of years, and I got it. The call I use for the cranes, I have a Buck Gardner spec hammer. It's a speckle belly goose call, and I can cup it and get enough back pressure and enough air going through that, and a little like roll of the tongue to make it really sound like a crane. Now, I'll use that from really far off to try to get some stuff over close to me.
Mm-hmm.
And the closer they get, the more I start staying a little quiet. And then if they're getting really close and still kind of not totally committing, I'll throw in that little one of those juvie whistles on them. And then sometimes even that's too much, and then they just do their thing. They just glide away. And I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out myself.
Have you? I meant to ask you. Do you use flags?
No. Well, no. For geese back in the lower 48, I used to love flags. I had a 12-foot pole with a goose flag on it. I loved that thing, and I had a little hand. I remember I got for like my 12th birthday, I got a little like real geese flag. I thought it was the baddest thing ever. It was black on one side and camo on the other side, so you could put it down. It wasn't this big black gnarly thing in the field. You laugh, Chris, but I was stoked. I was the flagger.
I laugh at your enthusiasm because I can relate to this kind of being this excited about this.
I was deemed the flagger, and I knew how to flag. So if you're using flags for geese in fields, it's a great tool to use like really, really far off, right? And the hard thing about it is typically if you're not the one calling and going to call the shot, you really shouldn't be the guy that's got their head up looking at birds. You want everybody besides the dude calling or dudes calling and calling the shot should really like have their heads down, not even looking of where the birds are at that point. Just more people moving around. You got to think you're twisting your body. You're kind of looking up at them. I do like a little half turn, and I'll just look over each one of my shoulders and wait for them to come back in my periffs again and then follow them around. But if you're using flags, it's a great tool to bring stuff from farther off. Now, if next, let's say you are the caller and the flagger and the shot caller, which is a very real scenario for guides. What I like to do with those flags is once you get them in close and they kind of hit this 150 yard bubble and they really don't want to commit, I watch them. We were talking about that with the calling. Like if they turn away from you, as soon as they turn and get off of the away from where they're not looking directly at you, I'll throw a little flag in there, just like 1, 2, 3, 4 flaps, flag down. And then they'll kind of turn again, and you can get away with a lot of stuff with those bigger birds, like more than you think. I've been busted by birds coming in, like I wasn't paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing you know, bam, there's a bird. It just flew right over me, and I'll tell everybody to freeze. Don't move because we'll have the blind doors open, and as soon as they turn their backs to you and they're not looking right at you, close blind doors, maybe get a flag up in the air, throw it around, and just to where they're just starting to see you out of their periffs, and then they'll think everything's kosher, and they'll sometimes they'll come back. Sometimes you're SOL. Majority you're SOL, but sometimes it works. You pull that trick out of your pocket and you look like a stud out in the field when something like that happens.
Well, and the reason I said that is it kind of comes back to that motion thing, right? And it's when to use it, how to use it, but I mean it's the same thing, right? I mean, and you'll notice it. Like sometimes you'll see birds way off, and you're out walking around, you're doing whatever, and that's enough motion. Just you moving around from that far away, they're like, oh, there's something over there, and they'll kind of drift that way. And obviously, it comes a fine line of all of a sudden now they realize it's a person walking around out there and keep going. But
yeah.
How good is their vision? I mean, like, because you had mentioned when they start coming in, you'd turn off the the wings, the motion wing flappers.
Well, that's more or less for the ducks. In my opinion, it's not about how great their vision is; it's how fast they're moving, right? Because the ducks are a little easier. They're fast. They're here. They're there, and then they're in. It's not every day they're circling you, 8, 10, 12 times.
Yeah.
And really looking and listening. But the geese and the cranes, they spend a lot of time up there.
Yeah.
And it's not about how good their vision is. It's about how long they have to look and especially listen.
Well, and there's a lot of set of eyes, right? I mean, if you've got, it's great when you get like 4 or 5 geese.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And they're already kind of feeling vulnerable. And so they want to get down on the ground. Right. Now, if you've got 50 geese up there circling you, now that's a lot more eyes and a lot more decision makers to peel out. And, as soon as one goes, unless he's the one in the back and nobody sees it.
Right.
It's just like, caribou.
You get one smart one. So you get one smart one.
Yeah. If one peels out, they'll all follow.
Yeah.
But, and so it definitely is one of those deals where, it's the more time they spend up there, that's the advantage of wind. That's the advantage because now it forces them to make bigger, wider turns.
Yeah.
It does some other things. A lot of times they'll be lower. They don't want to be fighting higher winds higher up, or low ceiling, not nasty weather. All those things bring them down.
Mm-hmm.
And so now it's the same thing when we were doing surveys, right? You're like, oh, I want to get closer. I want to get closer. I want to get closer. So you keep dropping down. Well, now everything on the ground is going by way faster, right? Where if you're up at 1,000 feet and you're looking down, you got to work a little harder to distinguish what it is, but you get way more time to look at that object as you're going by it because
sure.
And so it's the same thing, right? If they're up high or they're, the longer they spend up there, the more time they have to find you in there or find something they don't like. And it doesn't even have to be anything. It could just be something that doesn't look quite right. It could be 2 decoys too close together or touching.
Mm-hmm.
It's silly stuff like that you wouldn't even think about unless you look at it and you're like, oh, that doesn't look right. But yeah, that's mostly for like decoying, right? If you're, getting into it, it's probably, I would be honest and say that most beginners are probably not going to be, especially doing cranes and geese in fields, right?
Right.
You're committing some money to that one. You're buying decoys, you're buying blinds, you're buying, you're getting into
lots of time grassing that stuff, scouting those spots, putting it in there. I can't tell you how many blinds I've grassed under a headlamp, sometimes even in a blizzard. I've done it. I've moved, a whole set, 3/4 of a mile with a wheelbarrow once. I swear, four
Might be
dozen
where that otter sled that Carl was talking about comes in.
4 dozen full body crane decoys and 8 layout blinds, 3/4 of a mile with a wheelbarrow.
Yeah,
dude. I like and some in it throw it uphill both ways in a blizzard. Sure. I'm not kidding, and I'm not even kidding you. Like that is real.
Barefoot
in your first pair of shoes.
But it's not about how good they can see. It's about how much time they have to see. That's why you can get away with a lot more with the ducks.
I like how they look at you. I like how geese and cranes will actually look at you.
Oh yeah,
I love that. You're just blah.
Because you could see them move their heads back and forth, left, right, and not only are they looking, but they're listening. Like they have ears. Like they do have ear. You could if you ever shoot one, you could run your hand down the sides of their heads, and you could feel the little holes where their ears are.
Yeah,
it's actually pretty.
You get them good. Sometimes there's blood coming out of those.
So, yeah.
But
we could use that to get into the next section. If you guys are ready. If you guys are ready.
Them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Carl,
not going to do a whole lot of duck hunting.
Carl,
without...
what type of shotgun do you shoot for this thing?
Well, I guess as the sole lefty here, I got a left-handed Super Black Eagle too.
Oh, nice.
But there's plenty of good ones. I just wanted a lefty, and I figured if I was spending over $1,000 on a shotgun, I was going to get what I wanted. So
right,
not have that thing venting in your face, trying to make it work.
Yeah,
eating holes and unspent powder and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that SB3, those are great shotguns. I've never heard anybody say anything bad about them. That being said, I'll never own one. I shoot a Beretta A400, and and those are like neck and neck competitors, but I've had that thing for, I think this will be its 11th or 12th season, like actively hunting.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That thing's, and
Yeah.
I just
Those
took it.
A400s
pretty
are
impressive.
sick.
Oh, I love them.
Is that the original Extrema?
Yeah.
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 The one that you may or may not be able to put a force shell in?
Mine actually does not. No, it does not.
Not that I would ever do that.
Not that I would ever do that or have tried. But yeah, if you take the plug out, you get more than 4 shells.
Right.
There we go. Right
Oh
to it.
yeah, yeah. Let's talk about like plugs real quick. Something for maybe somebody who doesn't realize those shotguns. If you go to the store and buy a shotgun, it'll come with this. Usually, it's a plastic dowel about 8.5 inches long. You'll probably look at this thing and be like, "Is this to?" Most people have brought this to me in the field, and I've been like, "Is this to? How do I clean my gun with this thing?"
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, that's supposed to be in there. And I've had dudes that come to the field with no plugs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I've cut
Time to
Willows,
find something.
lots.
I've cut willows.
Lots
with
of
them.
willows have been
Yeah.
cut and jammed in shotguns that
Yep.
way. Yep.
But yeah, that's something you have to realize. It's a steel shot or non-toxic, non-lead shot, and only a 3-round
2+1
maximum. Yeah, 2+1. So one in the
Not
chamber,
3 in the tube and 1 in the chamber, but
Right.
2 in the chamber, or 2 in the tube and
2 in
1
the
in
tube,
the
1
chamber.
in the chamber. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a good way to get yourself in trouble.
They check too.
Do you now, Carly? Do you have a choke that's just like welded in there like mine, or do you actually change out your choke?
with shotgun.
Oh, the one, like let's just say your most proficient one that you use all the time.
Well, so no, the like
so
the
that's
one.
SB3.
No, I can definitely change it.
Oh, must be nice.
Yeah. Well, I had some fear of that. I sent my shotgun over the side of the boat one time in a lake and had to fish it out with a canoe and a magnet, and yeah, it was kind of an adventure. And I thought it was rusted in there, but choke tube grease is your friend.
Mm-hmm.
But I've got a Mossberg pump that has a modified permanent choke in it. So yeah, I mean, yeah. So I've got a 20 gauge that I can change choke tubes into. But yeah, no, I'm a modified guy, generally speaking. I mean, unless there's some reason to go with a more restricted choke, that's pretty much what I'm going to stick with. Yeah.
And what break down the different kinds for anybody listening?
So they kind of go in order from a cylinder choke, which is just exactly what it is, 12 gauge diameter, and then they get smaller, like more constricted, which will extend or it will restrict the shot pattern, the
Right.
cone, and make it narrower over longer distance.
Yep.
Now there's, depending on what you're doing and all of that stuff, like certain chokes, some guns will tell you not to shoot steel out of a full choke because it'll be too tight and that steel doesn't have any give. And then other things happen in addition to that, like your pattern actually gets worse because you'll have basically your shots start bouncing apart as it's coming out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's aftermarket chokes for just about every make and model of shotgun out there, that everything from chokes that'll slow down the wad when it comes out so that your shot is not being, basically the back end of it. And different things like that. Some of them that'll, extended range gun or chokes and different. And it's really about patterning your shotgun and making sure you don't have any big holes in it.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's, and then obviously what range you're intending to shoot at. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And I mean, and the other thing about, and I guess before we even talk about patterning shotguns, is thinking about your shot in 3 dimensions. Most people are like, oh, it's a circle this big, or 40 inches or whatever, but it's in 3 dimensions, right? I mean, you have shot that's in a kind of a cloud that's moving there,
Right.
and and you're basically timing that cloud for that bird to be passing through it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing. It's not just a wall. It's extended out, and so you may not have holes in it necessarily on paper, but you may have holes in that where all that stuff's concentrated in the front half or the back half as well, and you're only going to know that when you start shooting.
Right.
And you're like,
Mhm.
man, I know I was on that thing. Why didn't I hit it? Or why was that? Why did I only wing it instead of, I mean, ultimately, as long as you get it on the ground, it's a win. But yeah,
Gotcha.
Hey, Carl,
Mhm.
talk about how like some flight patterns of birds, how there are some more like different ways that birds are incoming, where your
Mhm.
shot pattern is more beneficial as far as like a more like a head-on shot versus a flying away shot versus
oh yeah.
like
So like if you're, I mean, the hardest shots are going to be straight passing left to right or right to left, like 90 degrees from you.
It's your biggest swing.
Yeah, yep, and it's realistically going to be the hardest thing to do because you have to have good follow through. You have to have all the proper mechanics, and then, like I said, you're kind of timing it so that that pattern is kind of getting there at the same time the bird is in 3 dimensions, right? And if otherwise you might be behind it or you might be in front of it. The over under part you can't really fix other than just be on the bird, but the timing of it and without going through how some people have different styles of lead. Some people swing through birds, some people do sustained lead, different things like that. And that's just something you got to figure out when you're doing it, whether you go shoot, trap, and skeet and figure it out, and you like swinging through or you like sustained lead, whatever it is. Um, but getting familiar with that
Mm-hmm.
and as great as shoot and trap and skeet is, I like my one buddy. We used to do that every year. We would be out there like 4 or 5 times, shoot skeet before, and it's close, but it's not the same, right? I mean, you can focus on the fundamentals and mechanics of doing it, but the difference is from the instant that clay leaves a house, it's slowing down,
Mm-hmm.
and on a bird, the situation is it may be slowing down, it may be speeding up, it's changing speeds, and your brain is awesome at calculating what that does. I mean, if you get in a car and you drive, you do those things, you figure out real
Yeah.
fast what's happening, and so then it's just comes
Well, with
from
clays too, they kind of hit that planing zone where they just kind of flatten
Right.
out.
for sure.
Yeah.
Or if they were going straight up, and every time you shot your springing teal at the apex, right? It's not moving. I mean, it's a stationary target when it's stopped,
Mm-hmm.
and a springing teal is not going to just stop up there and hover for you. Well,
Right.
No.
it's going to
And-
keep going.
Yeah, what things that clays don't do that birds do, like you said, is stop, go. Maybe they'll move left, maybe they'll move right, maybe they'll duck down, and you'll see. And if you shoot enough, you'll send a shot out at a bird, and you'll shoot out in front of a bird, and you'll watch this bird hit the brakes for a second. So you might be trying to follow through on him in case you miss that first shot. Next thing you know, he hits the brakes, and you're swinging through it. You're like, oh, and then you got to backtrack, and by the time you're tracking back to meet him again, he's already flying forward. So that's another motion you have to start following him in. But with the clays, they just fly.
Yeah.
They typically fly straight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like when you have those like head-on shots
Yeah.
where they're
Well,
coming in like in formation and they're almost those easy shots.
Well, they are
because they're
easy.
running into your shot string, right?
Mhm.
I'd like to quickly just return to the subject of like decoying birds, right? It's in a perfect world, you are going to want the birds to land in your face, coming straight onto you. That way, as soon as you initiate the shots, all the birds typically go straight up, and then they start curving from left to right to try to get out of your cone of fire. Sometimes, situation dependent with the wind and your hide where you put the blinds at, that's not always the best case. You're going to be shooting birds from left to right or right to left. And realistically, that is going to be some of your better setups because the birds aren't flying straight towards you. They're not looking straight at you, and they're coming in to put feet down, they're coming in from left to right. Their eyes aren't really on you that's kind of moving around and calling, but they're more or less on the decoys that's kind of offset from you a little bit. And that might be something to consider when you're going out and trying to set up for your first time. Maybe not have your back straight at the wind as far as like decoying birds. Maybe not have your back straight at the wind to where the birds are landing in your face right in front of you, even though that is prime. That's exactly what you want. But maybe having your wind come off of a shoulder or come off like the side of your face. So that way when the birds come in, they're not looking at you. They're looking at the decoys. They're looking at a place to land.
Gotcha.
And now that might be the harder shots to take, but I think you're going to get a lot better chance at success than birds busting on you, 60, 70 yards out because they see you.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I think the other thing about that is, just slightly off that. And then and there's tons of videos and everybody's got an opinion on decoy spreads and formations, but the idea is to create a landing area.
A hole.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
An
I mean,
X.
whether it's a hole, whether it's an X, whether it's a J, it just depends on the situation where you're at, what you're doing. But you're kind of forcing them to go to one spot.
Right.
And the winds, you've got the wind coming, so they're landing into the wind, and that's what you're doing, right? And it's all kind of have to be thought out ahead of time. And yeah, I mean, everybody, like I said, everybody's got a thought on it, in terms of where, how you do it, but it depends on the time of the year and all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, you're trying to make them go to a spot.
My favorite formation is a check mark. What's yours?
Like a J.
Like a J. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good one. A J is pretty good too.
Yeah. I mean, big difference. Button hook.
Button.
Carlito, do you hunt? Do you hunt a lot of like geese and cranes up here?
Yeah. I mean, I usually do a little bit of crane hunting. I haven't done a ton of like quote unquote goose hunting. Most of it was incidental to duck hunting.
What's now for your style? What is your, let's say, preferred choke? Like in most instances where you hunt the cranes and the geese, what's your choke and what type of shot and shell size are you running?
So normally I would run modified or improved modified. I like probably 3.5-inch twos, or what my favorite, if I can find it, is 3.5-inch one.
Mm-hmm.
That's the perfect. And I like 3s and 1s. I mean, if I was for ducks, for kind of an all around, 3s are good.
You
But-
shoot any of those stack loads?
I have shot them. Indifferent. I mean, I shot when I worked at Frontier. I got a bunch of heavy shot 3.5-inch heavy shot 2 when they clarenced it, like cases of it, and I really liked that. But one day I broke one open, and you look at it, and it was a little bit interesting in the shot. I mean, it looked like somebody just poured gravel in there. You had everything from like 9 to tee shot in there, and they were calling it 2 because most of them look like 2s, and they weren't round. I mean, it was
So all the cast off
See,
the bottom.
I don't see a lot of people rant and rave about that black cloud, but I can't stand it.
no. I mean, there's kind of a history there, but basically it was a manufacturing screw up that led to black cloud being what it is, and I don't think it's. I think it ends up just slowing down shot. Having like cutting edges on shot is. I mean, steel's.
It's very dirty too.
It's super dirty.
Yeah.
I've
imagine-
actually watched it in action where I've seen dudes taking guns down and stuff like
Yeah,
after every few shots, like where actions are starting to malfunction.
I've tried to I've had clients try to tip me a box of like black cloud, and I'll give it away. Like I'll take it. Like sure, thanks.
You're
but
like,
I'll
was
give
your
it.
experience that bad
I'll
today?
I'll call up my buddy Chris here. Hey, dude, I got a box of shells for you to try to pattern in your gun.
Hey,
But I
free
shoot.
Free is good.
I bought when I was 18. I went online, found a Kicks High Flyer extra full long range choke. And I put that in that Beretta years ago. And yeah, I did not use choke grease, and that thing is stuck in there. It's funny enough because the choke I had in there before was like the Beretta like full choke, and I needed to take that to a gunsmith to get that thing out of there. So I didn't learn my lesson. Years ago, I destroyed a shotgun doing the same exact thing. So I did learn my lesson 3 times. But that thing's in there, and I shoot skeet with that. Like, in my opinion, I like to kind of train how I hunt. So if I feel like if I could shoot a clay, out there a ways, like I'll let it float a little bit. If I could shoot a clay out there with that full and even up close with that extra full, like I should be able to hit anything and anywhere. I mean, that's just me. I mean,
how's that on meat? Like if you're trying to retain birds, aside from the performance,
it's good at
factor.
70 yards. I mean, I'll cut a teal in half at about 15.
Yeah,
but
yeah, you'll have a 12 gauge hole right through the middle of it.
But I can't really speak on that because I feel like I might have shot that thing out. Realistically,
like it might not be what it was once was.
I know it's not what it once was.
You've watched it change over time,
but it's still. But to me, I've been shooting it, and I get accustomed to it. I've shot it so much, You're
just shooting threads. The end's just still there.
It's like when you get an airline in your brakes, over time, and it's just like, yeah, it's just how it is now. It just takes a little longer to stop,
It's just a little soft.
That's all. I mean, it's just a little soft, but I mean, I still regularly hit birds, like big birds at, 60, 70 yards. And I still regularly drop ducks at 80, and I don't love taking those shots, but with clients, and the thing is with the clients is I love shooting. I really do love shooting, but it's the client's birds, and I've gotten accustomed to, just being like a follow-up guy.
Cripple.
Yeah, and if you pull up and you see enough birds get shot in the sky, which ones are not dead when they hit the ground. Like you'll see somebody take out a wing and just completely 360 a bird. And I am not chasing that thing. And I'm not going to let the dog get messed up by it either. So I'm hitting it again.
You're talking cranes.
I'm more referring to cranes. The ducks, it's a little harder because, everything happens so fast with the ducks. They hit the water and then you look around and the thing's swimming for the hills, and that's tough. And sometimes I'll just try to get a quick poke on it as soon as I see it really swimming.
So this is kind of like a question I got for you and Carlito. This is like a new guy question. And I've been actually picking your guys' brains about this like off air. But so I don't have a dog. I'm not blind hunting, right? I'm taking cranks, like pretty high altitude cranks on birds. And like I had some stuff where I had a hard time last year dropping stuff, and then I was around some really heavy stuff, like heavy payload stuff.
Could you hear your shot hitting the birds?
You think? Yeah, there was those times where I could hear it like a ricochet, and they were good to go, dude.
And they were just
like
never skipped a beat.
They didn't even like alter flight, dude. I like wallop them, just, and they just kept going. Yeah. Or you'd see them kind of like lean, like do the G lean, and then just get right back on course, and they're fine, dude.
Hit some turbulence.
But like, I was talking to you about this a little bit, and when a lot of guys aren't doing like that pass shooting type hunting, a lot of guys are blind hunting, they're decoy hunting, they're getting the birds into close range, and a lot of when you're pass shooting, then that's your opportunity. And you're crane hunting specifically, or goose hunting, you're taking some pretty good lobs.
You're pass shooting them, yeah.
Yeah. And so you talk to guys that are just sort of like specifically deal in like blind hunting and stuff. You talked to them about like 3.5 inch shells. They're like, oh, I'd never run a 3.5. Oh, 2 3/4, fine. And this and that. You run 5, just run 5 shot. But when you start taking those pokes and that's all you have, you
Mhm.
realize you're like, I'm not even getting there. And you start like running some tee shot or something like that.
Yeah,
and you're
some
like,
hot stuff.
and you're
yeah.
dumping these things, right?
Yeah, it's because
What's-
that weight. Now, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Carl, but that weight just carries the velocity farther out there. And if you're going to be taking longer shots, you want the 3.5s if your gun can take them.
Mm.
You want the 3.5s because typically they got a little more powder in there. They got a little bit more terminal velocity behind them, and you have more shot in there, right? Like what Carl was talking about, that larger cloud,
that bigger
to
payload.
pass through, especially when
Mhm.
you're getting that 80-yard shot. You want like the nicest spread. Like you want I want to say you want the widest but tightest at those long range shots. You want
Right.
enough pellets hitting that bird with force enough to knock it down. But then again, you don't want it to be so wide that you're preying on what I call the golden BB.
Yeah.
Where like one hits it and it just goes right through the
Right.
noggin or just right in the heart somehow and kills it dead like that. But I would just start. I know a lot of guys who like run BBs for those graders in Illinois. They'll even throw in a triple B. The only thing I've ever seen people use the tee shot for was for like swans and coyotes
Yeah.
at a distance.
It was all I could find.
I mean,
I
and-
waited like till the last minute, right?
dude, and if that's all you can find, man, like for the people out there listening, dude, buy it, run it, try it, and
Mm.
then just know better for next year. I mean, I got some, like I said, dude, I got some stuff out in my truck I'd like to see you shoot, and I'd like to see what it patterns. I won't shoot it in my gun because it's all tee shot, and I know you're like I've shot some BB out of that extra full, and I know that's not the best for
Does
it.
it pattern well or what?
Well,
It's hard on it.
It's just really hard on it. Like what Carlito said, that steel, it's got no
Mhm.
give,
Right.
and it'll just strip that choke eventually to where you're next thing you know, my extra full choke could be an improved cylinder, but the next 2 seasons.
Tomorrow evening.
Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow evening. But
Yeah.
I'll either be turning clays tomorrow into dust, or I'll be turning them into 2 pieces. That's
I
the
kind
way it goes.
of found last year because of course I was going like I got the kind of tutorial and then like got cut loose, right? And then I had more time off than everyone else, and I'm like I'm still gonna go send it, right? But I noticed like in not having that experience level, but I noticed like okay, the birds are flying a little lower, and then I'd run some like 2 3/4 stuff, and it was working great. Right, because I was shooting low altitude. Like I wasn't shooting very 30, 40 yards max. And then there was those other ones where they were like 60, 70. And then I'd load like the heavier stuff.
Well, think about it this way. The shot size is what determines your range, your effective range, right? It has nothing to do with 2 3/4, 3 or 3.5. All that is going to do is change how many pellets you have in there.
Right.
Right. It's the size of the shot is what determines the range. And then the choke determines to most of the degree how, what your pattern is going to be doing at that distance. And so yeah, I mean if it's up close and personal shooting and you don't need a bunch of pellets, yeah. I mean 2 3/4 is fine. 3-inch.
When I think I was shooting some like 5 shot or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was really light. It wasn't what, but it was what I had and it was working well.
Yeah.
But it was also, you could hear
Mhm.
that, what you're saying, that
That
sound where
it sounds like you wrapped them.
and they're fine.
I mean, I've shot my limit after clients have limited out, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna shoot whatever. And I just had a single at like 80 yards, and pang wrap. What? Pang wrap. I'm like, you son of a pang wrap. And I looked at the client. I'm like, I hit them all 3 times, and they're like, they don't know what's going on. And
Like, yeah,
they're
whatever.
like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you didn't hear that? You didn't hear that?
No.
And they're like, yeah, no. And I'm like, I'm just watching this thing, but baffled. And then it's like the thing just goes and it looks like it just lost life and just falls out of the sky like a plane that just lost all thrusters, and they're like, "What?" I'm like, "I told you, I hit that thing 3 times."
It's crazy when you see him like flying by with like a broken leg. Like
Yeah,
someone else
dangling.
already clapped on him and they
Well,
and they're still got
that could
gas.
be a variety of things, dude. You wonder how bears like get all those mortal wounds out there in the field. You know, you never know what could have happened to that thing. Maybe I'll tell you, I've shot some cranes with like some weird growths on their feet, and their feet are all dysmorphed. It's kind of wild looking. You're wondering like what happened there. It's got like a big, like a cyst, like a couple weird cysts hanging off of its feet. It's kind of weird.
Weird.
They're
Maybe
tough.
fighting something off.
Yeah, I do. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like one of the things that I do, right, is I'll carry, usually, like I said, if I had like one load, like all around for everything, it'd be like those 3.5 or 3-inch ones. But then I'll usually have some 2 3/4 inch steel 6s, and they might even be low brass, like upland loads. And I use those for swatter loads. Like if that thing's on the ground and it's getting ready to run, or a duck that's trying to swim away. Because if it's swimming away from me and I shoot it with 6s, it's not even going to get to the meat, and I'm going to guaranteed more than likely hit it in the head, the neck. I'm going to anchor it, right? And crane's got a big old neck and head, and same thing. If it's going away from you and you hit it, you're going to pancake it down to the ground anyway. And so yeah, I like having a handful of those around just in case for like cripples or stuff that's trying to get away, and it doesn't cost as much either when you're doing those follow-up shots
I
on the
had some
ground.
like that reanimated on me that came home without heads. I was like, "Whoa, where you going, buddy?"
Yeah, I've had them come back to life as you bend over to pick them up, and they just jump up like a spring, and you're like, "Whoa, Jack in a Box!" Like,
Dude, it's weird how they just swing their head around and they just give you that crazy like that stare. You're just like, "Whoa, they're freaky."
Like Karate Kid.
Yeah,
if we're talking
freaky looking.
If we're talking, you know, just your average guy going into the store, I want to duck hunt. Check your shotgun. I don't think they make many shotguns nowadays that can't take a 3-inch shell. I know there's a lot of them that can't take 3.5s, but just it says it right on the barrel, like up to 3-inch and 2 3/4. If you're duck hunting for your majority of species, all the way up to like mallards, 3-inch. I like to use 4s, but anywhere from like your 2 to 4s, maybe even like 6s, just get some like pattern density, works. And then for the cranes, I found these Winchester makes it's a snow goose load. It's a stacked load. They've had them out for a few years now. I remember buying a case of them like 3 years ago, and they're all who knows where, off in the dirt or in birds somewhere. But they made a 3.5-inch stacked 1s and 2s, and I like that just because I like those stacked loads. I wouldn't say I'd go only buy stacked loads for the rest of my life, but they fill in the gaps. They're all right. Stacked loads get a thumbs up from Maxwell in this episode.
Stepp approved.
Yeah. But man, when I was doing it, dude, when I was doing it cheap, I was buying any 4-shot I could find that was cheap, and I shot these. I found these like Fiochis at Frontier back in the day. They were like $15 a box, $16 a box, and I was out duck hunting with them, and I got halfway through a box, and I had one that the powder didn't ignite, and the primer just went off.
Like a squib load.
Yeah, and I never in my career had that happen. And it was so odd because it went pack, and my shot came out and landed about 6 feet in front of me. I'm like, what? And then I like tilted down my gun to look down in my breech, and then there went all the powder.
What?
And I'm like, what? And I like looked down, and I'm like just checking out the powder. I'm like, yeah, it's powder, tiny little black discs. I'm
Is
like,
that
what?
Field Dynamics? Is that what that stuff was? I got like, some of that.
Yeah, I think
it's Fiochi.
Yeah, Fiochis, whatever.
I can't remember. I've got
But
some
they
of that.
were
It's like
cheap.
Yeah, I got
They
some of
were
that
cheap,
stuff.
and they like with all ammo companies out there, they make high end stuff and they make low end stuff.
Sure.
And that was some low end stuff. But I think I got some of it sitting around somewhere that I'll probably shoot once I run out again.
I got
one day,
I got a big mystery tote of stuff that I'm gonna kind of break the new shotgun in with and get rid of, and then start stockpiling quality ammo.
Yeah, you guys were talking smack about me, saying Maxwell is probably sitting on a boatload of ammo. And I thought
I said that
in
said
my
you're probably
head,
sleeping on a stack of ammo.
well, in my head, that made me panic because I was like, I'm not sitting on a boatload of ammo. Oh crap! So then I went out and I bought 2 cases of shotgun shells, and then I go home and I'm like, what's in this tote? And I go to lift it and I almost throw
is that the one you sent me all the pictures of the other night?
I almost threw out my back trying to pick up this tote. And I'm like, oh, what is in here? And I bust it open and it's like 4 Ziploc bags.
Yeah,
filled
you
with
sent me all those pictures
with
the other
random
night.
shells. And then I'm like, oh my God. I started digging and I found like another whole case of shotgun shells in there. I'm like, oh my God. And then I'm like, what is this box behind my, and I bust this ammo can open. That's got a case of shells. And I'm like, where did all this stuff come from, bro? I'm like, I have been sleeping on it.
You sent me like literally sleep.
You sent me like
Literally been sleeping on
5
it.
photos with just no context, and I was like, "What's this all about?" And you're like, "Dude, look at this." I was like, "Yeah, I see it. Like, like I just found all this. Like, okay."
Because last year I only brought so many shells to camp and I ran out. And I thought in my mind that was all I had. But I totally forgot about everything I had stockpiled, of course.
Yeah, I had some of that heavy steel. It was like number 4.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff worked pretty darn good.
Yeah.
It worked pretty
I
good.
remember shooting that stuff when I first came
And
out.
I pushed a little bit. Like I probably got like 50 yards on it, and it worked and it didn't. But it was what I had.
Chris, dude, I'd like to see you out in the duck blind this year. When it starts kicking off, I'll give you a shout. James is going to come crane hunting with me, and I'm going to finally get to meet the infamous Sean Porter and their buddy Marshall.
Yeah.
Marshall.
Yeah.
And, I like to see. How tall are you?
6'6".
I like to see what a 6'6" dude looks like getting up out of one of those layout blinds.
Especially when I haven't done a sit up and who knows
You
how long.
let me know when, and I'll be there.
Better start now.
I know.
Bender and those guys, they get pretty silly with the duck hunting. And he was like, well, now that you're not being lame, he's like, we're gonna give you a couple invites. But I'm actually stoked. Those dudes are like, they're pretty diehard too. So I got some good options.
They may get silly, but I bet I get sillier.
I just want to go get silly.
And you know, this is kind of the cool thing is like for me, fishing became a new like thing for me this year. Like I've always fished a little bit, but like this year, I don't know why I'm like
got the fish bug.
all about the fishing. Like that's all I'm thinking about right now. But then like you get duck season coming up, and cranes and whatnot, and that's the same thing. I don't know why. I don't know if I'm just like expanding my horizons this year or what it is. Like I'm just like all about learning out, getting exposure into these newer realms and stuff like that. Like getting better at different things. You know,
You'll look after you do a couple seasons in like the waterfowl stuff. You'll look at September 1st being a whole different holiday for you now.
I don't even care about moose hunting.
I don't
at all.
Like
It's gone. I've never been good at it.
I've
It's
never been into it.
like, and I'm like, whatever,
I've
dude.
never see. For me, it's just I've always had my duck hunting. It conflicts with the moose hunting. I haven't had that itch to get out and drop a moose. I'm sure I will one day. You know, if I get a family, dude, like if I have like some people to take care of, let's be like, all right, like let's be real. I'm not going to go spend all 30 days of the waterfowl season in the field just to throw some breasts on the grill, you know, every once in a while. Like I'm going to like,
Well,
feel
unless
that
you're
freezer.
stacking cranes up.
Unless
My wife gets pretty bright-eyed when she sees me bringing some pterodactyls home. She's like, all right, well, okay, today's not a waste.
I think when it gets to that, when it
Cost
gets to
me
that point,
$50 at Fred Meyer.
But see, like when I have like a family, that's when I will justify the means to go out and harvest like a huge moose. Like me, I'm single. It's just me. Like dude, I have a chest freezer, like I don't know how big chest freezer, the small one, and then whatever freezer I got in the refrigerator. I can't. I'm not the type of person. Well, I am, but I just don't want to have to give like 3/4 of that away to do after doing all that work.
Right.
So waterfowl hunting is my next best thing.
Something I kind of wanted to mention.
Well, the other thing is once you get the waterfowl bug, your finances will suffer.
Oh, my finances suffer all the time. I got every bug you can think of.
It starts getting
because I've got the moose hunting bug and the waterfowl bug. So I'll never give up moose hunting. I'll tell you that right now. I'm migrating my efforts, but I'll never give up moose season.
Me either.
Yeah.
You know, something I wanted to mention that's kind of cool. So I've mentioned in other episodes kind of further back that like I've used a shotgun to predator hunt. Carl and I've talked a bunch about this. And I've shot lots of predators with a shotgun. I've used 410. I had a 20 gauge that I use. It's a great tool. I've used a 12 gauge a little bit, but it's kind of almost bringing me back to that a little bit. And something I've kind of explored a little bit is like, okay, so I'm going to get into like using a shotgun. And so I'm going to have one. I'm going to have all this kind of broad variety of ammunition. Mm-hmm. Well, there's just from like a new guy perspective, and how can you use one piece of equipment kind of to cross over into another dynamic of hunting? But there's places you can't use a rifle, a center fire, but you can use a shotgun. Mm-hmm. And this is a great supplement for that as well. Yeah, and a shotgun's very effective in our terrain for predator hunting. It can be hard on fur depending on what you're running in there, just like your birds. But it's a useful tool. It opens more opportunity depending on where you are. Like I've got some friends in the southern part of the state where it's muzzle loader or shotgun only. Well, it's like, and at one point in time, I'm like, well, that I just won't call there. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to use a shotgun. Well, now, I'm going to use a shotgun, right? I'm going to utilize that opportunity to take advantage of that, and it's another fun thing to add to your predator hunting.
Oh, sure.
And I'm kind of excited about that element of it too. Mm. And there's actually, from what I've gathered, there's some predator hunting stuff happening, like crossing over into the tail end of that waterfowl season too. And I've got buddies that, do both. They're like, I pack a shotgun and I come home sometimes with some ducks and a fox, or some ducks and a lynx. And I'm like, what?
Uncommon. That's not uncommon to have.
I never knew any of that.
Canine run out in the field and tackle a decoy.
Really?
Well, I've got some buddies in some spot you guys are all familiar with that have dumped some coyotes out going after some birds.
This happened last season. Quick story. I'm out scouting a field. I parked the truck at the corner of the field thinking, oh yeah, this is the spot. I'm gonna put the blinds right here. The birds are gonna come from over here. What's that in the field? What is that? What is that over there? Is that oh snap? It was a coyote running across the field. I'm like, oh sweet. Mm-hmm. I had the old problem solver in the front seat of the truck, my AR. I had the dog with me. Grab the gat. We go hop the tree line and burn down the tree line. And I put the dog, put the dog like down, down, put him at heel, stay.
You didn't actually put it down.
I can't say I had an AR and I put the dog down.
You get real spooled up around coyotes, huh?
It's late and I'm bad with words. It's late and I'm bad with words, man. Chicago public school system, dude. And so I tell the dog to lay down and stay.
There you go.
I jump the tree line, and this coyote's kind of making a beeline for me, and then it turns around, and it actually, these geese were landing in the field behind me, and the coyote like looked up at them and completely turned around and started going towards where they were landing, which was right behind me, and it was perfect. Thing walked straight toward me, turned broadside. Yep. It stopped, and I smoked it. Well, I hit it.
A little more to that story.
I hit it,
Yeah.
and it fell down and did its thing like an animal does when it got hit. And there I am jumping up, pat myself on the back, and I call the dog up. I'm like, I want to see what this dog does to this thing. And by the time I got the dog wrangled up, I looked up and the thing had got its legs back from underneath of him and started peeling. And I cracked off 2 more before it hit the high stuff and completely lost it. And what was insane is man, I wish I had some snow out there because I could not find a drop of blood. And I saw that thing pouring out of the side, but I was just livid. I just lit this thing up. And
Dude, I've had him go like a mile like that and just pile up.
Yeah.
I mean, like a hard hit where they just, you watch them and they look fine and you're just watching them just peeling out and you're like, oh, and then all of a sudden they just start doing acrobatics.
I felt
stuff.
like a very bad hunter that day when I hit that thing. I felt
you killed
so
him.
bad.
You just didn't find him.
I know, but I wanted to, and that's not all about.
And you solved your goose problem.
That's not, yeah. And then it's funny because the next day we shot for the next 3 days straight, we shot 4-man limited geese out of
That might not
corner.
have been that way if you wouldn't have smoked that, dude.
No, probably not, dude.
Yeah?
And it would have went and busted up, and then maybe potentially my geese would have been gone. But that's
You're all mad at other hunters. You're like, those guys smoked this spot. They busted this spot a day early.
Yeah. Coyote, probably, right?
Tipping your decoys over.
Yeah, coyote.
Opening your blind doors.
Coyote out there shooting 12 gauge, 2 3/4, 8 shot lead.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to leave some of these, really throw them off.
Yeah.
Well, so I like your point, Chris, about using the shotgun as a multi-purpose tool, right? Now, I had a question for you guys. So one of the struggles I had when I went down, really the only duck hunting I've done, which was sea ducks down in Southeast Alaska, is I had the wrong tool for the job. I have a 12 gauge shotgun, but it's a Remington 1100 with a 20-inch barrel. Now, it's kind of funny you were mentioning your choke issues before, because I almost had the same issue with my poly choke that I have on the end of that thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you're supposed to be able to just twist it and change your choke.
Click.
After hanging out in the salt, I cleaned every aspect of that gun except for the choke threads.
Oh.
And I managed to get it undone. I managed to get those threads clean. But it this close, man. Like, I almost broke my shotgun trying to get those things undone.
When'd you get that undone? Like recently?
Oh, yeah, this spring. Yeah. Because I was putting my bear slugs in there.
Yeah.
And I realized I was still a little bit low. I had too tight of a choke, and I tried to open it up, and it just would not open up. And I'm like,
so
good.
What's your question?
So when I was down there hunting ducks, I could not shoot at range at all. And we were just doing basically spot and stalk duck hunting, and anytime they would fly out further away, I couldn't reach them at all. And my big assumption is it's the short barrel. This is like a home defense shotgun more than anything. It would probably work good for predators, in some of those tighter quarters and whatnot. But
as long as you didn't have to get out to distance.
Yeah, as long as I'm not trying to get out to
kind of
distance.
almost back in the and I can speak to this from my experience shooting yotes and stuff with shotguns. Is you still need that reach, and you still need that. Then you're going for like the tightest pattern you can get.
Yeah,
and
But my question is, so you both had mentioned like what shotguns you're using. Aside from like brands and whatnot, what are the features you're looking for in a shotgun for waterfowling?
Like minimum barrel length and stuff like
minimum
that.
Barrel length, preferred.
Carl
whether you like 3-inch, 3.5 inch, like what would you recommend?
Carl could probably articulate this better than I could.
I mean, I would want the versatility of a 3.5 inch if I was buying a gun, right? I mean, if I was just going out and going to buy whatever, I would buy something that had the versatility of 3.5, 3, 2 3/4. For a lot of reasons, right? I mean, if it's 12 gauge, it'll feed and it'll go bang. And then, as far as length of the barrel goes, I mean, there's kind of like everything else, right? I mean, the longer the barrel, the more time you have to build pressure, all of that stuff, right? But there's a cutoff to that, right? I mean, just like
Sure.
in a rifle, you take a 308 and you cut it down to 16 inches, you get half of what you got at 20 inches. And
Right.
so that 4 inches matters, right?
Right.
And so you're talking about like 24, 26, 28. I mean, you can even get them out to 30 inches. And I mean, it's the same thing, like look at an over under, and the reason a lot of guys shoot those is they swing a lot better. You got way more weight out there where you're swinging it.
Mm-hmm.
And so everybody has their own preference and personal, opinions about it. But I mean, 24 would probably be the minimum, really.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And most things are going to be 26 or 28, and you can find some old guns kicking around that are 30s and maybe even longer.
I
But
think the longest I've seen was a 32.
yeah,
I was talking about it last episode. Client brought out a side by side CZ 10 gauge 32.
That's a
Thing-
sick shotgun.
It was. It really
Dude,
was.
That
You
is
know what he-
beautiful.
You know what he said? You know what he said to me? It's like, yeah, I'm patterned at 90. I was like, well, we're not. We're gonna try to get him a little closer than that. But I told that story on the last episode. so
That's funny.
Carl didn't hear it, but it's pretty wild.
Yeah,
it
no,
was pretty funny.
I mean, those are definitely, like considerations and finding a gun that points for you.
Mm.
Like that's the biggest thing. I mean, and yeah, I'm not saying go out and buy a Perazzi or, spend, a year's salary on a shotgun, but get something that fits you.
Mm-hmm.
You know who makes a good for like the money I've seen, like a Stoger like M3500 or M300, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
And Franke, it's Koenig Franke, right?
Oh yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
Franke. I've seen that. They've been putting out some good looking shotguns. I got to play with some in the field with some clients.
Aren't they made by Benelli?
Yeah, Benelli. Yep,
Yeah.
made
Yeah.
by Benelli. Good shotgun, and they're not breaking the bank. They're under $1,000.
Well, then they started rolling in that technology from the Benellis, from their inertia system into those other firearms. And of course, Beretta owns Benelli.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you've got the gas operated, you've got the inertia driven, you've got all of that, right? And so they're rolling all of that into those technologies and yeah, I mean, those are good, not break the bank. I mean, they're not like top of the line, and
Sure.
you don't get all the bells and whistles. I probably would not buy a wood blued shotgun
Yeah.
as a general rule to take out on a waterfowl hunt. And not that it won't work, but it's going to rust. It's going to
More of an upland bird.
Well, you're gonna deal with all the stuff that happens to the wood, and
Mhm.
if you don't care, if it looks like you got drugged behind a truck, then go ahead and do it. I mean, as long as you're cleaning it and you're keeping it oiled, like the barrel and everything, and the action, it'll work.
Yeah. That's the other problem I've got with my 1100 is it's wood and blued.
Yeah,
So.
and salt water is definitely not friendly to that environment, or
Mhm.
but yeah, those are. I mean, that would be it. Is find a gun that fits you. Like actually get in.
Right.
I mean, there once again, there's a ton of YouTube videos out there on how to like properly fit a shotgun, how to properly fit a rifle.
Do most of these modern ones have like LOP adjustments on them?
To some extent,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. The
They come with like
Berettas-
shim kits and stuff.
Yeah, the Berettas will come with at least like 3 inches of extra spacers for
Okay.
guys like you with longer arms.
Right.
But as long as you can, well, I mean, you've held lots of guns before. As long as you can know how to get yourself tight
Mm-hmm.
in there. I know. I see you're doing the elbow.
Yep.
Thing.
Yep.
You put the buttstock in your elbow and reach it up to the trigger. And if you could reach the trigger there, then it should fit you.
Yeah.
I mean that's generally yeah. I mean exactly put it in the crotch of your elbow and should be able to reach the trigger without having to strain for it or
Mm-hmm.
crank your wrist back. And then there's cast too, right? And that's one thing. And as a left-handed shooter, like you go pick up an over/under and you actually look at it, a lot of them have a right-hand cast to them for a right-handed gun, even though it's an over/under. It should be straight. It's not.
Gotcha.
And like my gun actually had stuff to cast further to the left, and So it's not just a length of pole, but some of it's getting it where you can get your face on there and you don't have to mash
Mm-hmm.
your cheekbone on there and or have your face all the way off of it. And then you're taking that buttstock to the chin every time you're pulling the trigger, like, like those,
Scoped 4570.
but yeah, I mean, those would be things that, like if, and, honestly, if I was going to start out, I'd get a pump.
Yeah.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with a pump shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
And the reliability alone is awesome, but it's probably may think twice about buying multiple boxes of 3.5 inch in a like an 870 or Mossberg or 835s, whatever it is. You probably want to be shooting some 3-inch shells in there if you're soaking up all the recoil.
Right.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
That 870 that I got that thing's awesome.
That's
I just
America's-
wanted a semi-auto.
It's God's shotgun, man.
Dude,
Mhm.
that thing is like bomb proof.
They are. And they really are.
I've shot predators with it. I've shot birds with it.
Yeah.
It's just,
I love seeing like the old 870 Wingmasters
those are sick.
coming out,
Mhm.
with the engravings on them. They're
Yeah.
sick.
The gunmetal gray one with it's got wood furniture. They're so
Mhm,
sick
mhm.
looking.
Those
I
things
don't
are
see
probably
a lot of them.
expensive now.
Like mint, they're really not that expensive.
Really?
Still, yeah.
No
I
kidding.
mean, you can go to the gun shows in town and pick up like a used, maybe not drug behind a truck used, but good as used Wingmaster for $400, $300
oh yeah, that's
out
not
there.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll
Dude,
probably shoot 2 3/4.
Shotguns take a whooping in this atmosphere.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that 870 was it was
And on the
shiny and
salt-
brand new last year, and it was
On the
like
salt,
3
it's
days.
10 times worse on the salt, dude. When I go down,
Oh, I could only imagine.
when I go down and hunt the salt, dude, I break that thing down and it gets lubed and greased everywhere, and it gets cleaned, it gets greased and lubed, and then it just sits there out and like I don't stuff it back in the case because the case
Mhm.
sucks up moisture. I air the case out and I leave it on the table. Just let it eat that.
I noticed when I was like
grease up.
crane hunting, I had to clean that thing every single
Oh,
night.
dude,
I
it's-
could
Yeah.
not let it clean.
It's worse in the layout blinds because it's the layout blind
Laying
when
in
it dries. When it dries in there, it's all dust. Every time you sit down, dust.
Mm.
When it's wet, all the mud is just everywhere. You're picking it up, you're putting it down. Like I think the only best place to have a shotgun is in the backyard, really. Laying it down.
That I'm gonna throw that. I'm gonna let James rock that 870.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's got it's kind of getting that little bit of like surface rust around like the tube, the magazine tube cap and
Uh-huh.
stuff, like right around the threads there.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Bender about it, and Bender's like, "You should give me that thing one of these days when it's when you're not using it, and let me just coat that thing."
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
maybe while I'm on my little endeavor here, you guys can work something out, and
Sure.
you can. I don't care. Pick a color for it, and I'll pay for it.
All right. Last thing.
Yeah, I don't think you want us to pick a color
You know,
for
like
you.
Well,
right. Hot
like
pink.
hydro dipping. You ever seen like that hydro dipping?
yeah.
I saw a shotgun. This is something you might like. I saw a shotgun that was hydro dipped. It was like somebody took a picture of like a dark bucket of bands. Like you've seen a bucket of bands.
Yeah.
And it's like just bands.
I saw
No
that.
kidding.
And they hydro dipped it, and it just looks like the thing is just covered in bands. It's pretty cool.
I've
That's
seen that.
wild.
I'm like, if I ever do something, if I ever drop the money, like I'm gonna get it like that because it's just cool looking.
I've heard that hydro dipping's not very durable.
No, but it looks cool.
But it looked cool.
Looks cool. Maybe a
I was
black
thinking like a
Cerakote
cool like
underneath of it.
multi-cam on that 870, just something to
Mhm.
Yeah.
kind of give it, break it up a little and
Yeah.
like protect it.
Yeah.
You should wait till you see my shotgun, dude. It's beat up, but the thing just runs like a top, man. It's never failed me. Knock on wood. 11 seasons, 11 waterfowl seasons, and I think I've hunted 3 or 4 snow goose conservation seasons with it, and it's been from Arkansas to the Dakotas to the interior of Alaska to the coastal regions, and thing just never skips a beat, man.
Mm.
The day that thing breaks, I'm just gonna go out and buy another one.
Right on. All right. Well, you gentlemen have any last things you'd like to point out to any new waterfowlers out there?
Man, we've covered a lot.
Maybe talk about the stamps.
Oh yeah, buy your
Oh,
stamps.
yeah.
So there is a federal stamp and a state stamp. Don't show up in the field with only one of them. Show up with both.
Mm-hmm.
The federal stamp is usually something you can get, or it is something you can get over the counter. It is a like hard copy. I believe you could buy them online. I've seen people buy them online. And it just comes out as basically a paper receipt. I can't tell you how many people I've had show up at the crane camp or whatever camp and they don't have a federal stamp, because when you go over the counter and get your hunting license, usually right there the guy is like, would you like a waterfowl stamp, a state stamp? And they think they're good. Now I think I'm going to start buying, just a handful of them, at camp, and if they
Go
need
to the
one
post
right
office.
there. Yeah, the post office usually always has them, and sometimes the post office even runs out. But
Yeah.
you can go
Mm.
you can go to your sporting goods store. Sometimes, like if your hardware store sells guns and licenses, they'll have them there. Walmart, heck, I've seen Walmart has them. Your Fred Meyers will sometimes have them.
Frontier has them.
Yep, Frontier has
So
them.
last year I went to Fish and Game, and I can't remember if it was a Fed stamp or the bird stamp, but they were completely out
it was
of
the
one.
Fed. It was the Fed stamp.
Yeah, I could only
because
get
the-
one at Fish and Game,
Fish and
and I had
Game's-
to go over to Frontier.
Fish and
get
Game
the
has
other
never
one.
sold the federal stamps.
Oh well, because they told me they had both.
They've never sold the federal stamps. I mean,
No kidding. Well,
at least in the
state
time
stamp-
I was there.
Yeah, because they said they were out of them.
Yeah, no, I mean maybe they started, but in the
Maybe
time that I
so.
worked there,
Yeah.
they never had them.
That could have
Yeah.
been somebody new too. That wasn't.
the state stamp for the state of Alaska you can get online, just like you can get your hunting license. It's if you get the big combo, it'll get stamped right on your hunting license. But if you get it separate, it'll just shoot you out a separate piece.
Yeah.
And make sure you sign them. Make
Yeah.
sure you sign them. They need to be. If you buy the physical federal one, they need to be peeled off of that label, smacked onto your license, or at least on that label, but signed across it. They don't want you going out hunting with it and then giving it to somebody else so they can go
Sure.
hunt the next day with it.
Yeah.
And, you're trying to resell, and they're trying to get you to not to resell them too.
Well, that and it's a $25 stamp. I mean, if you had a $25 package, you slap that thing on there and
Yeah, off it goes.
it goes. Yeah.
Mhm.
Something that I've seen now that I'm more intrigued by this is working in people's houses is people that don't hunt at all that buy those stamps every year that have bought them since the
So-
beginning of time and
Yep.
have displays, and it's the coolest thing.
Oh yeah.
I have a dear friend that passed away back in early 2019. And my dad and I, he was our buddy from Vandalia, Dave, and we would go down and snow goose hunt with him every spring. Nicest guy in the world, farmer, had a heart attack, drinking too much black coffee and eating too much steaks. What a way to go out, But
My hero.
That's how I plan on going
I
out.
have his. This is maybe something you'd like to do if you have a, loved one that you might have hunted with, maybe somebody that brought you up duck hunting. But I have his those little cards that they give out at the funeral. When I went to his funeral, they have a little in memory of, and I got that. And I got it double wrapped in some Ziploc bags, and I buy a stamp for him every year. And I've got that thing. I've got however many years it's been, but I've got a stamp for him, and I keep that with me every time I go duck hunting. So he stays with me, and he's always hunting with me. So that's something you could do.
That's
If
awesome.
you have a loved one that passed that you might have been hunting with or brought you up and kind of showing you the ropes. That way, that person can always hunt with you in the future.
That's awesome.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. And for anybody wondering about the price, isn't there a conservation match on the cost of these stamps?
Not on the federal duck stamp. The federal duck stamp is
The state one matches though, doesn't it?
yeah. I mean,
Isn't it like a 3-to-1 or something like that?
basically yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
they get matching funds towards that,
Yeah.
and I mean, I know the way the federal one works is it's it's like for the refuges and all that stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
And I think it actually does get you into refuges. Like if you buy a federal waterfowl stamp, it'll get you on to like national wildlife refuges if I don't know where you have to pay to go to one, but
Okay.
Hey,
Not here.
Carlito, we glanced over it real quick. It's kind of come up a couple times. Can you break down the shooting light book? Because that's something I
Oh.
see a lot of people struggle
So-
with. They don't even know about it. They don't know
Right.
it's a thing.
I have this pulled up on my phone right now.
Yeah.
yeah, so it's a half an hour before sunrise, and here they do it based on like if you start going east and west, obviously it changes. The further you go west, the more off of that it is. But they have some different time zones, and then you base it off of the closest city and where you're at, to what's
Mhm.
in the book, and you can add time to it. And I mean, it's kind of one of those things where I would love to know, if you're like, well, I think I'm 25 miles, and this says, you know, I'm 28 miles, so it should be this, like how does that hold up in court? Like
Mhm.
In the reg book, what it states: shooting hours. Migratory bird hunting is permitted from 1/2 hour before sunrise until sunset. Now, if you have one of these fancy iPhones like me, you can go to your weather app and pull up your weather app, and it will show you sunrise, no matter where you are. Like it says, my location, North Pole. I could scoot on over here to Kotzebue. I could scoot on over here to Delta. I'm looking at
And
My
this is
home-
also in your waterfowl reg
Well,
booklet too.
So this is the thing. Let's say you're in Fairbanks, or let's say you're in Delta, but in the reg book, the biggest city closest to Delta is Fairbanks. They have Fairbanks, Northway,
Mm.
Bethel, and Nome. Those are the only one that's listed on here. But I'm in Delta, and it's a few minutes off. Now there's a way. They have a little. See page 11 for adjustments to shooting times and hours. They have a little math you can do to figure out where you are. But if you have a weather app on your phone, the majority of them should show sunrise and sunset.
that's right.
Mm.
Yeah.
And if you can't figure that out, download an app or Google it. But
and if you have
right
service,
here,
right?
if today, what is it? Oh my gosh, it's the 11th. It's 12/13.
Well, let's go caribou hunting.
Let's go. Yep, let's head north. But today, our sunrise is 5:26 a.m. If we were hunting waterfowl today, we would be able to shoot waterfowl at 4:56 a.m. And then we would be able to hunt until, wow, look at that sunset, 10:22 p.m. So we got a long day of hunting if we were hunting today.
Yeah.
But as you go north and south, that changes. So if I bopped on over to, let's say Kotzebue, the sunrise for Kotzebue is 6:08 a.m. Now that's that's over a half an hour difference there,
Mhm.
and that gets you in some real trouble if you're
Now,
hunting elsewhere.
isn't the purpose of the shooting times and how they're laid out? Because, I mean, like you said up here, you can just shoot ducks, right? But like in some areas, you can only shoot certain amounts of males and females and certain amounts of different kinds of ducks and whatnot, especially like when you get down into sea ducks and stuff. And it's for like identification purposes, basically, right? Like that's the light you need to be able to accurately identify a duck. is
Yeah,
what
I
I've
mean,
been
well,
told.
that's the idea. I mean,
Yeah.
and it depends on where you're at. Like the further away from the equator you are, the faster. Like you get sunset here, and it's like an hour long, right? You go down to the equator, and it's like 2 minutes.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
And so it's the same thing. The closer that half an hour that you get, when you approach that, it can be super dark.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I mean, and so it's kind of a, one thing fits all. But yeah, I mean, that's the
Sure.
idea.
Gotcha. Well, right on. Well, make sure you're paying attention to your times and make sure you're paying attention to your stamps. You don't want to be getting in trouble after putting in all that effort. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up. It's getting late. Unless you guys have anything you want to add last minute.
Gosh, if you're thinking about breaking the bank for a new shotgun, I've said it once on this episode, I'll say it again. The best equipment is the stuff you have. Go out, try it. Gosh, when you're out in the field, be safe, be kind, be courteous to other hunters. I wish all of you the best of luck this waterfowl season. I'm going to be spending many days in the field. I can't wait. It's a great life when you get to quit the day job and go live your dream for 1 month out of the year. But
there you go.
Yeah, with that, good luck, be safe, and God bless.
All right. Chris, you got anything?
Nope.
Carl?
I learned a bunch.
Not much more to add than that.
All right. Perfect. Well, everybody listening, thank you so much for hanging in with us on this episode. I hope you learned as much as I did in this episode. If you have any questions, feel free to write into the show. We'll get you in touch with the right people. If you go to the website, thenorthernhunter.com, you can hit our contact button there. Or if you go to either of our socials, if you search at The Northern Hunter on either Facebook or Instagram, you can get us a message there. If you like what you heard and you'd like to share it with a friend, there's always a share button next to every platform you're listening to it on, next to the episode. And there's also a ratings and review section that really helps us push the show out in front of new people. It's really the only method we have to do so. We don't do any kind of paid advertising. So if you can give us a 5-star rating, that's the best one we can get. And a written review goes a long way in help people understand the kind of content they're going to hear when they push that play button. If you'd like to help us a little bit more financially, we've got our partners page with a bunch of companies that have decided they like what we're doing and all outdoor related, good outdoor gear. Many of them have given us discount codes, so the links and discount codes are listed there in the partners page. And we've also got our shop with some hats, hoodies, t-shirts, and all that good stuff. If you'd like to rock the Northern Hunter logo, we'd appreciate it. And if you send us a picture, we'd love to see it. So, Maxwell and Carl, thank you so much for coming in and spending your evening with us.
Thank you so much for having me, man. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and look forward to the next time.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, you guys bringing your expertise to the show has been much appreciated tonight. Chris, I appreciate you hanging in with this one as well.
Good seeing you fellas.
All right, and to all our listeners, until next week, get out there, get after it, and good luck. We'll see you around.